Well, how you like me now? We are at top of the league, people. Big up, big up, big up to everyone out there joining us for this instant match reaction. We have Lee, we have Brian. We might be joined by some others shortly, but for now, we are joined by you out there, Bernie. Big up to you, Bernie. Hey, it doesn't matter how you did it as long as you get there, you know. 2-1 victors in this game. It definitely was not an easy one. Took like a weird fluke goal, I guess you would call it, because I don't think any of us really I don't think any of us knew what exactly happened on the first goal. From I guess they're giving it to Cody. Let me double check and make sure they give it to Cody. And yep, they gave it to Cody the first goal, and then Salah second goal to basically assure us the victory today. In a day that saw Arsenal go down 1-0 and also saw City lose 2-1. How you feeling out there, Reds? How are you feeling out there? And how are you doing today, Lee?
Excellent. I woke up late today, and when I woke up, I felt this is a winning day. We are going to win.
You're not the only one, Lee. Don't worry. You're not the only one who woke up late
there
today.
You go. I felt we're going to win today.
And then
at half time and after 60 minutes, I was thinking that was bullshit. That mate, you know what I mean? But we prevailed in the end. You know what I mean? It was a winning day. They put me through the mill emotionally today, like the team, like because it was a tough game, wasn't it? It wasn't an easy game.
Oh God, no.
Yeah. Pretty much, it's like a little over a quarter of the way into this table as Pops is putting out, and top of the league. Top of the league, people. I will admit this. I am hoping that we get some good news from the physios about Ibu as to, I guess that's who take care of it. The medical staff, that we hopefully have some good news, and it's not something that's going to put Ibu on the men for too long. But 2-1. How can you not smile, Bernie? You know, definitely. I agree with you. I agree with you completely. Shout out to Pops, by the way. What was it? I know you said what was your feel good moment, Brian? You said what was it again?
Yeah, when Dominic Szoboszlai did something I've never seen before. He nutmegged the player with himself.
He slid, for the tackle.
He slid directly between that guy's legs and appeared out the other side of him and took him out and got the ball. And I have never seen anything like that before in my life.
Yeah,
I didn't know someone so big could fit into such a small space, but yeah, that was hilarious. Watch it again if you haven't seen it. Watch it back. He literally brilliant. Yeah,
definitely. Big up, Dustin. Big up, Dustin. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, great day today. Great day. So far, at least, it's been a pretty decent day. Again, what else did you think? I mean, like that early goal in the first half for them really took a little bit of wind out of our sails a little bit. It forced us to have to play a little different. Had all of us scratching our heads a little bit when Slot made the substitutions. You can't fault them when the substitutes actually amount to providing us a goal, but there were some interesting maneuvers by Slot to like get us going in that second half. I mean, bringing out Darwin in the 77th minute, obviously, for Endo was a transition of trying to make sure that we hold on to the game. But and even when we took out Salah for Connor Bradley, that was like one of those cases where, interesting, because, you know, you end up keeping Trent in the game.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see.
Yeah, he called it. He called it about 5 minutes before. He said, "Could we bring on Bradley and keep Trent on?" So
yeah,
Lee was spot on with that one.
Lee was spot on with that one. We also had, what was the other bit? Kind of weird one too. There's another one I can't.
They say the sign of a good side is to be able to win when you don't play well, and we didn't play well today, but we won.
Well, the Joe Gomez one was obviously in for Canates. We all understood why that was for. It was at halftime. But Curtis Jones and Lucho coming in for Dominic and McAllister was an interesting transition. Yeah, that was an interesting transition too. I mean, not many people saw McAllister being substituted out in a game where you want to try to control the ball, have possession, and be able to possibly even get some type of magic at that moment, because we were looking for a goal there, but it didn't take that long after that substitution occurred that's when we actually got the goal.
I think it was I felt all the subs had an effect on the game. You know what I mean? He used them all, didn't he? And even Bradley coming on late. The few instances where he was called on to do something, he did it absolutely late. You know what I mean? And the clock just ran down, and we'd won.
Big up, Abdul. Abdul, how are you doing, brother? Good to see you. It was something of a coach looking for the right combination in this game, because that first half we didn't play awful. I'm not going to go that far, but we didn't play great.
Ibu's injury notwithstanding, it's a perfect day. We win, City and Arsenal both lose. So if it isn't too severe for Ibu, it's pretty much a perfect day, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, totally.
And to do it not playing particularly well, to win and go back to the top of the league without even playing anywhere near our best.
Yeah.
So it's very encouraging, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, certainly is.
As I said, he did put me through the mill a bit, with that performance. So everyone's the same, we all go through it, don't we? Watching it, when things are going wrong, and thankfully, though, we were able to turn it round.
Right.
Top of the league.
That's all that matters.
What Bernie is saying, we were not on, but sometimes, I know it's a bit difficult, but this is just after game. Sometimes you kind of have to say, the other team was really good. I thought Brighton were brilliant in the first half.
Yeah, you kept saying that too. You did keep saying that.
I was really worried about how well they were playing through. Or it was minute 87 is a really good example. We went 4 up against them. You can see this line. We're all trying to be in position, and they just moved it side to side twice. And within 2 passes, Adringa was in our penalty area. And they were able to do that so often. Just
they're
playing.
A good Premier League side.
They're really good.
Europe. You only get into
they're
Europe.
really, really good, man.
Yeah, you only get into Europe if you're a decent squad, don't you? And they've got a decent squad.
I think they showed up and they turned it on, and we had trouble dealing with them. Let's just have it right. They're not bottom 4. They're top 6, 17, Yeah. And I thought they were really clever tactically. They're really brave. And they gave us a serious test, because like I said in the game.
The streets were with you, brother. The streets were with you.
But being 1-0 down, it's just being 1-0 down. How to come back in 1-0 game for Slot when you want to control the game and all that. That's his style. So against a really good attacking team.
Yeah. I hope we can take this bounce into the next game now.
Yeah. The streets were stressed with you. Pick up to the streets.
I don't doubt it, Crab. I don't doubt it, man. Yeah. We were watching it offline. It does give
the players a lot of confidence to win a match that we were behind him for so long, because we were behind for ages in that game, but we ended up winning, and it's going to give the players a lot of confidence, that, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll tell you this much. I will watch that. We weren't able to watch both of the games at the same time, but I will watch that Bournemouth game to figure out how that actually happened. Vardial looks like Vardial was the one that got a late goal for City, but
guy's prolific, dude. I mean, come on, that guy's got more goals in Premier League in the last 10 than some strikers.
Yeah, he's becoming a scorer.
So
He's becoming a real like offensive threat for them.
Yeah.
Ever since that what was it, 2-goal? He almost had the hat trick that last year. I think it would have been like
and I think
record.
He went on a run. I think he had something like 3 and 4 as well. He wasn't just like he scored and they scored in the next game, then he had a game out, then he scored in the game after that, or he was scoring winners or openers. Yeah. That's the Pep stuff that people they ignore. Like, this is what Pep does, you know. It's a little bit different. John Stones as well got more goals than we won't beat Durham, but I'm sure you'll star Abdul's question.
I just did. I brought it up.
Ask it, or, if you want. I don't mind.
I just brought up.
I thought Darwin did his job today. He wasn't good or bad. It was fairly neutral, like his performance. I know it sounds bad for a striker, but he did his job, if you get where I'm coming from. And we won.
Dom?
Yes. That goal did get counted as a Cody goal.
With Dom, his performance, it was all right. It was okay.
I like the name change up, Mary D9. I believe that's Marion.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'll say Darwin and Dom both played okay. That's the word, okay.
I think when Darwin got that little flick in midfield and ran in behind and he gets a great shot off. Thinking, okay, maybe he's Darwin's on it today. Looked like Darwin might be on it today.
Yeah,
he got a flick on shortly after. I think he got involved at a corner shortly after that, but then he just kind of faded into the okay category. Yeah, he just didn't really get many opportunities.
You're talking about the one. Are you talking about the one play where he had that one drive where it was like it was a weird touch. He was able to control it. He like Brodied the guy down as well. He off the ball was able to bring it into the opposition's box and that play.
Yeah, well, the first one, his shot, the first one. Yeah, he had that. Yeah, he had just bits. I'd just say, like with Lee, it's just kind of like, and the same with Dom, it's just kind of like, okay, kind of okay.
Adequate.
Yeah.
Adequate performance.
6 out of 10s kind of thing. But yeah, it looked like he was on it, early. It's like, okay. But I mean Darwin, but
it feels a bit mean after we've won, to say. But they were distinctly average, both of them today.
But sure, Salah didn't really, other than the goal, but Salah wasn't.
Yeah, true.
Involved every minute. He was quiet as well. I think it's the whole game itself. We weren't.
Yeah, the whole team won it.
We weren't that good, man. We weren't good. We won it 2-1. Great result, great performance, brilliant day to do it.
It's one of our worst performances.
Perfect. How about this? I'll tell you this. I just saw Robert's comment. He says the scenes if Gomez had scored that header would have been unreal. Tell me about it. Whether it was the equalizer that he had an opportunity of getting, or even the 3-1 or making it 3-1 with his header. We would have taken either.
I said he'd get a second place at the Cherry when he had the first one. I felt sometime in the game that he'd get another go, and he did, didn't he, from that corner?
Yeah. I thought he was going to get it myself. The first one was
the one. I mean, it was all there for him. Nobody near him. He got the technique right. Nice flick on the, on the neck, and he didn't mess it up. It's just, he'll be it's just, you will not.
That would have been the perfect goal, wouldn't it, for him to score, to get his first goal back first one, where he just, the run he made was excellent. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, it would have been a cop end too. Yep.
Cop end,
It
it would have gone nuts. You could imagine, because it would have been a great goal. Like, okay, you don't want one in off your arse if you can.
Yeah.
You'll take whatever you can get, but if you are going to score one, you'd love to score a lovely goal like that in front of the cop, and then just let it all happen. You're just gonna be standing there for about 5 minutes singing. You just listen to Joey Gomez songs for the rest of it.
Stefan Honcho's the one that sprang into my mind as soon as I thought about other centre backs that didn't score for us. Honcho just popped into my head, and he was brilliant when he was in the side, and he did have a few chances, as I remember. He did used to go up for corners, but he never got one, did he? His career was relatively short though compared to Joe's at Liverpool, wasn't it? Like, there was. He wasn't
God, Honcho, yeah. Compared to Joe, Joe's here fucking 9 years. Joe's got me here 2016.
Yeah. It's a long old time, and Rob Jones was another one.
Like, on 9 years.
Fullback, wasn't he?
That is wild. No way is that right. That is wild. By the way, Abdullah.
What?
Think about that.
What?
I know.
What?
Yeah.
Are you joking?
Chris Wood is going to Real Madrid for 100 million quid in January.
I'm looking at this on my phone. I'm going to look at this now on my phone just so I can see it with my own eyes.
They're going to loan out Endrick and bring in Chris Wood for 80 million, and he's going to bring him back to the league title.
I remember being in second when we were in first in like 95. In about
it's very old school.
The mid-90s.
It's very old school to have Forest and Liverpool up the top. Who's second? City.
City is second at 23 points.
Forest kind of old school
in 19, with 19 points. Arsenal 18 points. They could go and drop to 5th in the league if Villa can get some type of result. By the way,
on Monday night.
Yep.
Who are Villa playing on Monday night?
Villa played Spurs at Spurs.
Okay.
It's a tough game.
It is. With my own eyes, I'm looking at it.
I don't think that's Monday night too. By the way, it's Sunday night. It's tomorrow.
Hey, that's some showing from Forest to get this guy up the table. Like,
yes,
I know
tomorrow.
Early on, but
2 games tomorrow. Villa, Spurs, and there's 2 good games tomorrow. Spurs host Villa, and Manchester United host Chelsea.
Okay.
And then the Monday night game is Fulham versus Brentford.
That's a good day. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be watching Chelsea United. I mean, I would if I had to, but I'd like to watch Villa Spurs. That'd be a good game to watch.
Sure. I don't think. Let's not get too crazy.
Do you have a preference for the result?
I don't think
Chelsea United. Do you care one way or the other who wins, or if it's a draw?
I would. I know that they're in 3rd place now, but I wouldn't go far as to say that Forest are a contender for the title. But
pretenders, maybe not contenders.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Last time I seen them, they signed the table. Frank Clark was manager, and we were first. It was around February, I think. It's just I can't remember which season.
I think that shows a lot too. By the way, you're right, Robert. I'm sorry, Lee. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it was mid-90s. I remember going there to see us against them, like when Steve Stone was in the side. But they always, they provided a good atmosphere, like dead away fans and that. Like, it was a good game. Did you still like playing Forest? Was at that 5-0 in 1988. I was a schoolboy. Yeah, that was brilliant.
I
was bringing up. Let's see if we can find it again.
Because that was like going to.
Oh, this comment.
Prime City, well not Prime, but that was like going to the best team or the second best team in the league, and dismantled them 5-0.
That says a lot. I think this says a lot. And Abdul's right. He said
huge.
It was complete and utter destruction of them that night. They didn't get any. I mean, they just didn't feature as an attacking force. It was just all game long.
Only team we lost to Forest in the league. No other from other clubs. And other club fans can't talk now. It's true. That's very, very true. I mean, like, look, there were those We lost to Forest. They played their games. It's very similar to what we saw Brighton do today, which was play a good game, play the game they wanted to come out and play. We at times definitely dictated. The second half was a complete different occurrence of what the first half was, I believe. So second half FC definitely showed up a little bit here. But I don't think we were terrible in the first half. I just don't think that we were up to I think Brighton just was.
I think we were outplayed.
No shame in saying it. Better game.
No shame in saying it. We were outplayed in the first half, but we won the game, so it sucks to be Brighton.
Yeah. I remember when I started taking my little brother the match, like when he was old enough to go to the match, and I always used to pick bad games. It used to do me head in. I'd pick games like to take him to that I thought we'd win, and we'd get beat like. Or sometimes get trounced. It just popped into my head from somewhere. But Forest were around then.
I'm going to see if I can find some news.
The first game I ever took my little brother to when he was young was Coventry at Anfield, and we got beat. And it was an awful game as well. Dreadful game to pick.
Well, he's obviously.
It says right here. It says he's in real pain. It is not a wrist injury. It says Liverpool concerns as defender suffers elbow or possible shoulder injury.
Oh, okay.
That's what Yahoo Sports is saying. 1 hour. Let's see if I can get something more definitive as to maybe what it is.
Did you say shoulder then? You mentioned shoulder.
It could be either the elbow or shoulder, one report was saying.
Well, yeah, the whole field dressing thing isn't, a good sign, If it's like, no, you can't even walk off the pitch holding it. You need to make an, emergency sling.
Be better if
he was obviously in a lot of pain.
His elbow really hard and really hurt. If that's what it was, he might be okay.
All his weight went down on his arm, by the looks of it, because he wasn't expecting to fall, so he wasn't set to take the fall properly, and all the weight just went down on. So basically, I'm imagining his weight goes down on his arm, so either your wrist goes out, your elbow goes out, or your shoulder goes out. It's just a matter of which one. Because if your elbow goes, your shoulder won't. It's just if your wrist can hold it, no. But then your elbow, this is too much. Then your elbow goes out. Maybe if you're lucky, then bang, it's like no, the shoulder is gone. That's what you don't want. Elbow.
If he's out for any significant period of time, I'll be gutted because he's one of the main reasons we are at the top of the table, and he's one of the players I just felt that we couldn't do without, and we're going to have to. It looks like now.
Oh, the wrist you can play with. Just strap up a wrist and play with that. An elbow, not too bad. Shoulder, we saw with Robbo, 3 months? If it's a bad one. Simi got a bad one as well. That could be. We've had really, not say bad. Look, everyone has their things, but we seem to have a lot of these shoulder injuries.
Yeah,
and we've seen how they're really innocuous.
Simi had a shoulder scare in that VVD little fiasco.
Yeah, you see,
and they're the worst because they're these little innocuous challenges, or they just land in an awkward way. They say, "Oh no, he's out for 2 months now." It's like, what? Oh, he fucked his shoulder up. It's like, yeah, it's just they can come from absolutely nothing.
Do you know what?
It's difficult because when you're running, you're still moving. I mean,
do you know what happened with Mark Lawrence?
Oh, you can't run without your shoulders. Try running without your shoulders. It's impossible.
Right.
All Mark Lawrence did was he caught his studs in the turf. Caught his studs in the turf wrong.
Boom. Career done.
I finished him. Finished his career.
Over. Pretty much done. Bang.
I think he was like 29 or something. Or, you know what I mean? He has about 6 years left. If we could have still had him with Hansen for all them years, that would have been great.
Amazing.
That's how it used to go back then. These days, Loro, he's out for a year, comes back. Back then, if it's a bad one, no chance.
Yeah.
If it's a good ACL or whatever, the least worst one, maybe. But nowadays, you can kind of rebuild most of what's in there, but you're never the same.
Yeah.
No.
Can you send a link to JK? I can send a link to JK. Hang on.
Yeah. Oh, I sent one to him.
What's my phone?
No, we never.
I sent one. I sent one via Twitter to him. He might not have just looked at his Twitter. But top of the league, people. Top of the league.
Perfect day, notwithstanding if he was injured.
Very good day. Very good day. Could have been a little better, but I'll take it. Like I said, I will definitely take it. Dustin's very much on us. So Virgil, okay. That's your that is your call possibly for the player of the game. Who was the man of the match in this game?
Well, Man United Chelsea is not exactly a top of the table clash tomorrow, is it?
You know what?
There are them two in the table, incidentally. The United
you
still
know who?
Take care,
we talked about games that could be definitive games, these sliding door games, and the likes. Player of the match, Simicast. I think that's who got player of the match.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think Simicast got player of the match.
Chelsea is 6th. I see. Chelsea is 6th and United are 13th. So it is quite a big game tomorrow. It does affect the top 6 a bit because Chelsea is 6th.
He didn't get it on Twitter, he's saying.
Well, on Twitter, they're saying that. Okay.
No, sorry. JK saying he didn't get the link on Twitter.
Oh. Did you send it to him anyway?
I'll send it.
Okay. Appreciations.
Wolves rock bottom of the table, eh? That City winner against Wolves was disgraceful. Silva getting in the keeper's way.
Wow.
He had to reset himself.
That is impressive. Wasn't I expecting that?
5 points clear.
Did you see Simicast had 7 tackles? I did not know he had that many tackles.
So that would be 4.
3 key passes, 2 big. Wow. I think we might be seeing the emergence of the Greek Scouser.
He was taking all the corners from the left, or from our right.
From the right.
He was quite busy, wasn't he? He took a lot of corners today.
He was getting a lot of praise off those commentators for his.
Yeah, as soon as he praised him, he hit the first defender with his next corner. He just praised him. He went, Simicast's dangerous corners again. And then, he hit the first defender. It was funny. But, yeah, he had a decent game, didn't he?
Dustin saying Virgil's going under the radar. Well, maybe that's why Simicast didn't see him. I don't know. But
no, he actually did some good he did some good defensive work today, Simicast. You know what I mean? He did his defending quite well today. Give it everything he has anyway.
There will be 2 man of the match awards for Simicast. That would be, 2 man of the match awards for Simicast. Recent games, if that's the case, that is true. He would all of a sudden be a player that got player of the match for a Champions League game and player of the match for a Premier League game.
Yeah,
Possibly.
It's nice. Yeah, it's nice for players that don't often get man of the match to get it, isn't it? It's nice when
I think he'll get it. If you look at his statistics, he should get it. Because he has some great. I mean, out of all the players, his stats were impressive. Mm-hmm. Super impressive. Offensively and even defensively. Even defensively, he didn't win too many of his goals.
I've always been happy with him as Robbo's backup. I've always been happy with Simicast as Robbo's backup. He hasn't had to play that much over the years, has he? But when he has, he's done the business. He's won trophies. At the end of the day, the guy's won trophies.
What a day, yeah.
Yeah, what a day. What a day.
What a day. What a day. What a day.
There you go.
That
Oh,
put
man.
you
for you
through the
right
mill
there.
today, Jay, did it?
Say again, bro?
Did that put you through the mill a bit today, that game?
Oh,
You
bro.
stressed?
But I had a funny feeling when Diaz came on and Curtis, the game just changed. I think when them two came on, we sort of just stepped up. That's why I think Diaz sometimes is important because he holds the ball, and I think we kept on losing the ball and not really holding on to the ball long enough. Diaz came on and then
Facts.
Yeah, I didn't know that. We only had 2 wins against Brighton before today, out of 9. 9.
beat him in a week twice, so job done. But
Yeah,
to get that fact, to get that stat changed.
That surprised me, though. That surprised me.
Yeah, that game was a bit annoying a little bit. I think we made Brighton look better than what they were. That is sort of undermanaged, but second half, I think the last 20 minutes or so, we played much better.
Yeah.
I think back in the day, we used to play into Brighton's hands a little bit. Sometimes they were very good at picking off our
Yeah.
attack. They're a very clever little team, so they always used to give us problems, especially when McAllister was there.
Yeah.
Always had good
Zerbi
players.
liked going up against Klopp, didn't he?
Yeah, he seemed to have the antidote, as it were.
So yeah, it's a good win all round, isn't it? Like, it's not just that it's a good day with the others all losing. That does as well, that we've improved our win ratio against Brighton. That just shows that they're a difficult side for us to play. And we didn't play well and got the win. We played a side we don't like playing and don't often beat. And we beat them playing at 50% probably of what we're capable of.
Third gear again. The fact that we didn't really put them, like, first half, we sort of let them have their chances and stuff. And the only thing I don't like about this team is that we allow the opposition to have too much space in that midfield sometimes, where then they can like orchestrate a new attack or whatever.
To be honest, I think I'm doing Brighton a disservice. They didn't let us play good in the first half, like, you know what I mean? They did put up a good performance.
But for me, Salah again didn't really get involved in the game much. Then Bournemouth gets that winner. What a goal as well! Yep. What a goal!
Brilliant, wasn't it?
Brilliant. I wish Darwin got his goal though. The first. I hope Darwin got that. I wish he got that first goal. You know, that first attack we sort of had where Darwin ran from the halfway. Oh, if that went in, that would have been one of the goals of the season.
Yeah, he really needed it. Didn't
he needed that to go in. But I think he linked up well with Salah. I think he linked up all, like him and Salah. They sort of can link. I think they need to do it a bit more though. And also, did you notice how we sort of getting a lot of crosses in today? Did you notice that? Well, I'll be moaning about it for weeks or even months that we don't get enough crosses in for the attackers to attack and stuff. But today, for some reason, we were crossing a lot of balls into the box, and it was good to see.
Yeah, I agree with Red Armchair Supporter. Curtis did come in, and the substitutions came in and made a difference.
Yeah, I was pleased he brought Endo on as soon as we went.
As well. Yeah.
Can we also say, for all those people out there that keep saying that Endo has no place or role or has no chance
you want to hang on to a 2-1 lead late on.
He is it could pay off pretty big to have that destroyer. The way that this coach has sometimes the mindset of not pushing the envelope, sometimes trying to be contained and measured.
But I think he sort of trusted him a little bit more. Have you noticed he's getting more game time now, Endo, in the last few games?
Exactly.
So he's showing what his qualities are, and Slott's probably thinking, okay, you can do a little job for me. Today was a perfect scenario. He comes on 2-1 up, job done.
Yeah,
I was happy to see him come on.
Yeah, all the subs did their job, didn't they? Like, they all had an effect.
Yep,
which is pleasing to see.
Yeah, no yellow card. Nothing. No standard yellow for Elo.
He's just need that little bit of luck with the Ebo. You know what I mean? Because for it to be like his arm as well, when it's usually just been like a muscle strain, like in his thighs and his calf or something. But for this, I can't.
Right.
What is it? What do you think it is?
Sometimes, mate, our luck's just dire. Absolutely.
It didn't look good, did it? His arm. I think. What do you reckon? Broken arm or something?
No, I'm hoping it's not that.
I hope not.
I don't think it was that serious, but
they're saying something possibly with the elbow or shoulder, maybe.
Okay, better that area than his legs, or you know what I mean.
Anytime you make a sling for yourself, it's obviously it's like a joint probably that you don't want moving. You know, most likely.
Well, he's been a massive part
my guess
of
is shoulder.
The season, like hasn't he? He's been a massive part of our good start to the season.
But what do you think of? What do you think? Sorry to throw in a question, but what do you think of Gomez coming on as opposed to Kwanzaa? Were you expecting it to be Kwanzaa, or were you surprised when it was? Because I was surprised when it was going, because I just automatically my brain just went, well, he'll bring Kwanzaa on.
Right.
But yeah,
I thought he'd go with Joe. I thought he'd go with Joe, and he did.
I think if you don't go with Joey in that position, it'll be. If you don't go with Joey in that position, it'll definitely say to Joey that you are down. You are definitely the fourth tier of center back choices for this.
By the way, if that game goes on 10 minutes longer, you know what I mean? We want Janelle to be coming on as a sub in that game. I just want them to come on the pitch later on, like when they got corners.
Yeah, that would be tough. But Gomez was brilliant, as Trap Joe was saying, too. Brilliant in that he came in and really tried to get involved early. And
but no, I was just wondering when people saw the name come up, because I had literally, it didn't even cross my mind, as it were.
Yeah,
I just lazily assumed that it would be Kwanzaa, but I was just wondering, were people kind of like, oh, that's a strange one? Was everyone else the same, just assuming it would be Kwanzaa, or you know? Like Lee was saying, he wasn't. It just my mind wouldn't have gone to it. Just that
I said Gomez would. Yeah, I went for Gomez simply if Kwanzaa hadn't had a poor performance and gotten that hook the way he did, then I would say okay, Kwanzaa comes in, done deal. But like considering Gomez has played well, and he isn't at the moment in a funk, a liability with like being in your mentally in a little bit of a funk, and it was good to see Kwanzaa give him last
one
person.
Of the main things is his experience, isn't it? He's vastly experienced in the Premier League.
Yeah,
and I prefer him at centre half. I look, I know he can do all these things. But I don't like him at fullback not because of any faults that he has, but just because of the natural parts to his game that he doesn't have. He's not a fullback; he's a centre half. That's where I really like him.
He's got a chance now to show he's still a good centre half.
But Lee, I constantly have to remind people for years, we won the Premier League with a centre half pairing of Gomez and VVD.
Yeah.
Not Kanade, not Matip, not Lovren. It was Gomez and VVD that won us that league title. He is a top quality centre half. I no problem with him playing centre half for us. I like him.
The one thing I worry about is in the air, him and Trent on the right hand side, Canate and Van Dijk. Like that's brilliant in the air, Joe. It's not as strong. That's the one thing I would say. Like,
where I kind of disagree with you, Brian, is at least with Gomez, because when he had that, I think it was Napoli that he had the bad game against. He had the really, really, really bad game against Real Madrid as well that year. And that was also coming off the tail of playing at right back in Trent's absence. And he played exceptionally well at right back for us.
Yeah,
there's those people that spoke on Joey being their choice for left back, being that excuse me, we saw him playing considerable time at that spot, and like the way that I was going to finish up by saying the way that sometimes a lot of these teams, I'm not saying that every team wants to be or play like Pep, but the way that some of these teams are now being set up, it's like you almost want to see a center back or someone that you know isn't going to get bullied off the ball. Joey's got it's got exceptional pace. He's probably one of the fastest players on our team. And you recognize the fact that if you put those things in, then okay, yeah, I get you're not going to get the same level of offensive like acclimate that you get from Trent at right back, or maybe even what we got out of Simicast today at left back. But it's still a good. I don't mind having him on that fullback spot. I openly will say that initially I was like, after the Real Madrid and the other Champions League game, now I think it was Napoli again, that we played. I openly admit that I came out and said I want to see him just play right back, or play left back at the time too, but right back. I guess, and maybe we just need to play him in a position that he could gain some confidence. He can get involved offensively, and and do his thing. But Joe has definitely done a redemption tour with this play. And big up to Joey first for.
I just clarify. Just what I mean, if you're playing, if you want someone to play as a fullback, like if you want someone to play the Pep type thing, and you're playing with a center half and fullback, yeah. But what I'm saying is, if you're playing and you want your guy to do fullback stuff like what Rob was in, you're asking Gomez to do it, that's where he falls down for me. He'd never be your first choice, attacking fullback, but he can come in and do the job. If you want him to do that 3 thing, he's really good at that. Fine,
right?
Totally, yeah,
and you can do he can do both, either left or right. That's
he's great, but he's never going to be your kind of first choice.
Played the number 6 last season, didn't he, as well, in a couple of games?
Yeah, he did. I'm not. You're not going to hear me say that. Yeah, I'm not going to.
No, but someone said utility there. Like sometimes these players get damned by being a utility because they can play in too many different roles. That, like, I just think if Joey had played basically his whole career since we won the league, just as a center half, either for us, he can do a different role here or there. But maybe he isn't. I mean, because he's always been kind of just that guy who would be backup. We always knew he might get
without the injuries, it'd be different, mate. He would have went up another level, I think.
He's had an amazing career here. Like, he's won the whole lot. There's nothing the guy hasn't won here.
Yeah.
He's won everything. His medals cabinet is better than some of the best players ever to play the game. He's got the lot. He's got the whole list.
The interview he did last year was good. You see, very settled, talking about his new kid, and he just said he's really happy and settled here. But then came he was linked, wasn't he, with Newcastle in the summer.
Yeah. Well, he was linked to Newcastle even before that too.
I don't know if he still feels the same way he did a few months back.
Originally, they were going to make an offer for him, or they reportedly had made some type of offer for him, but it was just not at the evaluation of what Liverpool had on him. I think Newcastle.
He was saying he uses self-help books as extra motivation, Joe, in this interview. It was about 50 minutes, but it was good. It was a nice interview.
Oh, is that the one where he sat down with the
for LFC TV.
Yeah,
for the channel.
Yeah. That was a great interview, actually. That was a very insightful interview.
Yeah, it was good, that one.
It was
I don't know what's going on now with him being linked, with him getting a lot of play last season and then going to the Euros, and then all of a sudden he's linked with moves, anyway.
Yeah.
Geez, don't know.
Well, yeah. It would have been great to have seen him score.
To see him get called up again for the Euros. That was great. I will say that.
Yeah.
That was really well deserved, I thought. Like, he didn't play.
On his play the whole season, he was one of the best defenders in the Premier League.
No, obviously Southgate didn't play him, but it was like really good recognition. Like,
certainly.
Yeah.
It was just well deserved.
Please me,
Well deserved. Brighton have clever players. They'll cause problems for most teams. Nice to see us adapt and overcome. I agree with that, Red Armchair Supporter.
Oh, I don't want to play them again for a while. Oh,
yeah, I'm happy that I'm happy that we don't have to.
Yeah, we'll give them a swerve. Thanks very much.
I was shocked that we only had 2 wins in 9 against them before today. 2 wins in 9. I was shocked at that.
Yeah.
But conversely to that, if you look at the previous before this game, Brighton is a team that Mo Salah has scored most goals against.
Mm-hmm.
So even though we were losing these games or we weren't getting wins, it just shows you these things are 3-2s, 4-2s, or you know.
There's quite a lot of hype.
It's funny you said that.
There's always goals, you know.
But there's not many teams. You'd be like sooner. It'd be sooner to find the teams that he doesn't score a lot of goals against.
No, but they're the top. He scored the most against them.
Oh, I got you.
And he moved level with Fowler today. With that goal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he moved level with Fowler today on that goal.
That's
the league.
Big. That's very good.
Brilliant. It's every other week he breaks a record, isn't it? Every other week there's a new record he's broke.
Mo doing Mo things.
I know, yeah.
He's only 12. I think he's only 12 off Henry now. Something like, is it 12 or 15? I'm not sure. But he's within range of Henry this season.
You look at value for money signings of forwards, just say forwards specifically, forget all other players. Value for money signings for forwards. I mean, what we paid for him. I mean, what we paid for Salah, Mane, and Firmino combined was as much as City spent on Walker and Mendy in one summer. They spent the same on 2 fullbacks that summer. And you know what I mean? We didn't buy them all together, our 3.
No.
They cost the same as their 2 fullbacks. Or less. I think it was less.
Just over 100. Like Bobby was 29, Mane's 34, and was 36, right? So yeah, basically 100 million.
When you say
basically Salah. Sorry, go ahead.
They spent about 120 on Walker and Mendy. City.
What I was going to ask is, so that record that you just said, or at least against Brighton, you're saying how'd you?
Well, it was Healer. Healer put it in the. Or was it Healer? It must have been Healer. You know, it was Healer. Healer put it in the chat earlier on. I can't remember what it was like. That it's right back at the top of the chat. What exactly it was, but the gist of it was that.
Okay, I gotta say, because I thought the record was always, or at least not the record. I thought that he has the most goals. The team that hates him the most, I thought, would be United, because he's got a boatload of goals against United.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I was just quoting.
But I didn't know if that's just what I was going to ask. What I was going to ask is that maybe that's like, all competitions, or if that's just Premier League. That's why I was asking that question as well.
It could be all comps, because it's something like 16, which sounds like a lot,
It's 16.
Yeah, I mean, it's Healer. I think again. I know I'm doubting everything I'm saying, but yeah, it was like 2 hours ago. It was at the start of the roll call stream. He put in.
Okay. And roll call too. Okay, got you.
Yeah, it was the very first comment he put in. Was like something. Salah, Brighton, Moscow, something that kind of thing, and then the thing about him being level. So yeah. If Healer is here, he's usually here. He can probably.
Okay, so I was just scrolling through the chat to see what something that said earlier, or what if they said earlier in this stream. Big up to Max. Big up to KJ. Big up on you guys. Big up to both of you guys joining us. Red Armchair Supporter, Trap Joe in the house, Bonkers in the house. Everyone is always feeling better. Everyone's always feeling better after a 2-1 victory that brings us top of the league and sees 2 of our contenders for this race lose as well.
I'm eager to see the City game, to see their faces. I just want to buzz off City's faces, like when they get beat.
Yep.
Sad Holland.
Sad Holland. Yeah. Sad Holland. Yeah, that'll be the next. If we watch a game together, that'll be the infomercial. Basically, it's gonna be it'll be that one instead of Hoyland.
Open around an empty flat.
You know what teared me stomach when John Stones said "special team, special club" after that god awful win against Wolves. It's just like, oh, you twat.
But no, like AJ is saying, for once we took advantage of City and Arsenal dropping points. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it is a bit.
That's a shout. That's a really good shout.
Yeah, lots of times in the past,
did do
it. Have we?
Yeah, you have to. Now we only knew Arsenal had lost, so we were playing off the back of that. Yeah, but I think when we were being chased around the pitch, when we were chasing Brighton around the pitch for half an hour, I don't think we were thinking about that. I think we just want to get the fireworks. Yeah, I don't think you were thinking about it. We were just trying to get the ball back. We were trying to get one goal. We weren't really worrying about that. We can think about that after, but we just need to get a goal and then get back in that game.
That's spot on too. Yeah, that wasn't. I remember there was a point where we were all sitting and talking about how. What minute was it? It was like we were already into the second half though, and we were like, hey, we not only have to get a goal, we have to get 2 goals, and possibly try to hold on, because Brighton is definitely Brighton does have some. They have some components that can get them some goals, and they still had some. They still had some bullets in the chamber ready to go.
It was Marseille that knocked them out of Europe, won it last season, Brighton.
Yeah, I was worried about them going to Marseille. Those, precious little, innocent little Brighton kids going to Marseille. They're going to get eaten alive over there. Thankfully, there were issues, actually, by the way.
Hasn't De Zerbi gone there? Yeah, he's gone there now as manager.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're putting quite a team together over there.
He had Jurgen's number, but he knew how to get a result against Jurgen, didn't he, De Zerbi?
Some people are just kryptonite to other managers. They'll never do as well as them in a league, but they're always just you always have those kryptonite managers. The way that they play just really fucks up the way you play or whatever. It's just the one team you don't want to play against. Not everyone has it, but there are the odd team you get, especially when you're very dogmatic.
You could see it with your eyes, couldn't you? You could see it with your eyes that we were always uncomfortable playing against them under Jurgen and when De Zerbi was their manager.
I just think they're so good at them.
Yeah, we never looked in control of games against them.
Yeah, they can play through the press.
Yeah, today's a massive bonus, then, isn't it? In more ways than one. Yeah.
And let's not underestimate the quality
in the Premier League. In the Premier League, I'm looking at these stats now for Mohamed Salah, and I still see it. This is in the Premier League. He has scored 12 goals with Manchester United, and that's the most goals he has. Brighton, though, is now 3rd place on this list, with tied with West Ham at 10 goals. But the 16, maybe that's all comps, like you said.
Yeah, he's probably got a few.
I don't think this is all comps.
Robbie's goals milestone as he then today equal Fowler's goals tally that he today, Mo.
In the league, apparently, yeah. Again, that's
I could probably save this question for trivia, for our trivia show, but I'll have fun with it right now. In the Premier League, goals in the Premier League, right? Or teams in the Premier League, not necessarily currently in the Premier League, but teams or Mohamed Salah's goals against teams in the Premier League. How many teams do you think Mohamed Salah has scored against?
Of the current of the 19 teams.
No, I think he means every team that's ever played in the Premier. He doesn't just mean the current one.
Yeah, that he's come up against. Yeah.
Okay.
They might not be a part of Prem this year. They might have, because I see on the list there's like
26.
one of the teams is not in the Premier League currently right now, so it can't be.
I'm gonna go 24.
26. Yeah, I'm going 26.
Oh wow, you guys are good. You guys are good.
Chop on 24 as well.
I'm just letting the chat give a shot. Get a chance for the chat to give a guess. Trap Joe on 24 as well.
On 24.
Any other guesses before I reveal the answer?
Bingo bongo.
Bingo bongo. JK, you got an answer for us?
Yeah,
I know he's on mute.
Got it.
Yeah.
Domestic.
Yeah. I mean, you get to know this one.
I'm assuming it's 25 now.
I'll go 25 as well.
I guess it's all.
There's JK from the depth of nowhere with a Hail Mary out of nowhere.
I went with 5-0 for my prediction.
Big up, Quasi.
All right, Quasi.
Quasi, you're more than welcome to join. We're just chatting it up for a little bit, so you're more than welcome to join if you don't have a broadcast of your own. If you want to, yeah.
Quasi was doing a watch along earlier on.
So I know. Yeah, we gave a shout out for his watch along, definitely.
All right, hit us up. Let us know. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. You guys were very, very close, both of you. But you're right, Brian. 25.
25, right between me and you.
Yep. That's because when he said you were good, when you said 24, I said 26. He said, "Wow, you guys are good." I was fuck, it's 25.
Yeah, 25.
Yeah. Okay, Quasi. I'm gonna send you the link, Quasi. Give me 1 second.
How many Premier League games has Mo played compared to Fowler, though? Has Mo played more games?
Oh, that's what they won't be. Oh, Christ. For Liverpool.
Fowler has about how many seasons did Fowler have before we sold him? 6?
I'd say Fowler has played about 168 games for us. That would be my guess. That's a random number. Mo's got to be around the 200 games for us, maybe. Let's see here.
Yeah, for Mo to do it from the wing. Mo's coming from the wing, like any.
I'm looking at some of the.
I wouldn't say they're far off at all in terms of the amount of games played. There wouldn't be 100 games in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Set this.
I don't know.
Oops. I sent you about Lee. I just sent you.
To be Fowler straight after the 2001. I think we did, didn't we? It was that summer he left for Leeds. I think.
I thought did we not sell him in January?
No, he was still there at the end of that season when we won the treble. But I think we sold him that summer, didn't we, to Leeds? Leeds come in with that outrageous bid, and Heskey and Owen had the front spots tied down, and then Anelka come in, didn't he, on loan?
Well, Anelka came in January. Oh no, that was only a 6 month.
So Robbie Robbie had about 6 seasons with us, didn't he? Maybe 7.
No. We bring in Juve after the 02 World Cup. And Anelka comes in January before the World Cup.
Well, how about we bring in Quasi Bull while we are at the top of the league?
All right, Quasi.
Big up, man. Hey, guys.
In the house.
Big up to Man Dev. Yo, we haven't played anybody, yo. What's going on? Why did Liverpool get so lucky? Algorithm, how Liverpool hasn't played. Oh, sorry. I lied. We play one good team. It's called Forest. They beat us. Other than that, we haven't played anybody.
How about that? How about that? The only team yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Team on the planet.
Facts, definitely. Facts. TJ saying it too.
We could play Real Madrid in the Champions League final tomorrow, and everyone would still be saying, "You haven't played anybody yet."
We haven't played anybody. Except Chorus.
Well,
you're a bit low.
Basically, the only team that we've lost to is the top four.
Volume is low.
You're a bit low, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
I can hear you.
Better.
Okay.
No, he was quite low.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the only team we've lost to so far has been a top 4 team. We can say that right now. So,
or you could say the only team that we've lost to is a team that's won 2 European Cups.
Yep.
Oh, you can say that too. You could say that too.
If we want to stretch out time to fit our, that's how stuff works. It's cool. Let's put it down.
It's a good one to remind Arsenal fans of, isn't it?
That's why I love saying it. I love reminding Arsenal fans of that. That too is a whole 2 more than you. They got one final here.
Did you almost? So I'm gonna share this as well. So I saw your tweet. But I saw your tweet. But I also have heard, apparently, were you losing it?
Were you unhappy? Were you unhappy, man? Were you unhappy, Quasi, at halftime?
I'm telling you, Liverpool, supporting Liverpool is not for the faint-hearted. It's not for the weak. It's not for everybody. Even though I know what Liverpool can do, but during the process, you have to check your high blood pressure. You have to check your heart rate. You have to check your CO2. You have to make sure that your glucose are on point. Otherwise, Liverpool will take you to a very, very, very some places that you don't want to go. But the first half was horrible. It's I don't know what they felt that. I don't know. Maybe it's because we have Champions League coming in, so they were too lax.
I'm pretty sure part of the first half was when Trent and Ibu had that little mix up. You know what I mean? Where they got the ball and you could just see it coming. We were just so shaky, in possession at that point. That was the worst.
So casual, we know that this team is a very energetic. They're young, they're athletic, they run. And usually they run themselves out to gas, right? By the second half, every team they played, by second half, they gassed out. But we were in the midfield, we're too wide open, right? In the favorite words of Klopp, he said, I want them to be closer to the player. So when they get the ball, we are right there. And there's something that I think Slot needs to figure out. It's when team presses us or team man mark Gravenberg, we need to find the center backs need to find a better way to pass the ball instead of going long, because that's why it goes as
you
know what I mean. We need to find a way and we need to find Gravenberg. If Gravenberg is as man mark or double team, that means there's a space somewhere and somebody needs to find that space.
But if Lucho's not on the pitch, I was going to say real quick, if Lucho's not on the pitch, though, then you probably don't have another resource that can retrieve the ball like that and be able to extend the pitch that way. Like, as in, you're talking about like Gravenberg gets the ball and he's able to turn quickly, and all of a sudden, the pitch becomes wide open because they're chasing it and the lights, because he can extend the pitch like that. But Lucho can do that too, but Lucho wasn't on the pitch like that. I was saying that was the one of the differences between Cody. Not that it's not that he doesn't have the ability to dribble or anything like that, but I'm just saying he doesn't have the same ability to kind of like, you pass it to him and he can kind of create on his own. Other than,
I think right now, I don't want to sound like a cliche, but See, Gravenberg do things that I'm going to say we need a player like Zubimendi would do with a pass, right? When Gravenberg gets the ball and he turns, everybody's at our mercy because the press, the other team is always on our side. Right now, we need let's say I don't say Zubimendi. We need a player like Thiago, where one pass and then he splits a team wide open because of the press that is coming. And we don't have that yet. And personally, I think Gravenberg is our game, what should I say? Our starter in terms of, instead of giving the ball more to McAllister, I will give more to Gravenberg. Because what the teams are doing is they will double team or man mark Gravenberg and then put all their pressure on McAllister. And McAllister, when he's not on it, lose the ball. And when he loses the ball, he tends to lose it at a very dangerous place. So personally, I would say let Gravenberg get the ball because at least he will get a foul. Because you have to foul him to get the ball. And we need to calm down. We were in the first time, we were rushing. That DNA, man. I don't want to bring the other manager's name, but that DNA, we have to find a way to suck it out because we were rushing way too much. Because it seems to me that because Arsenal lost, we felt like we need to score right away so that we could calm down. Instead of doing the other way around, instead of calming down and then work your way into a goal.
I would just say quickly on Gravenberch, it's noticeable in the last couple of games that he hasn't been the Gravenberch that he was earlier on in the season. So what did we see earlier on in the season? We see a new Gravenberch, right? This new emergence of this guy that nobody was really expecting to see. Man of the became a bit of a joke here on this channel, man of the match every week, Gravenberch again, so we're all sitting there, everyone's praising him, this Gravenberch. Like, opposition managers aren't idiots.
They're listening.
Do you not think they're looking at that and going, everything they do is going through that guy? Everything they do it goes through Gravenberch. So it's not that hard to put some guy and shut him down and, okay, we need to pay more. Like, that's why I disagree with the McAllister thing. These guys are just putting men on Grav. They're putting men in the midfield and stopping him doing what he's really good at doing because they're not idiots. Their analysts aren't idiots. They're looking and going, if you stop this Gravenberch, dude, you're going to shut down a lot of what they're trying to do because everything is going through him. Guess what? The last couple of games against us are a little bit dodgy because guess what? We're up against a clever coach who can press. They made us look like fools the way they pressed through us today. They cut through, like, that was some of the time 1-2 and they've beaten two lines of first and second press, and they're in behind us. Easy, way too easy. Very clever team. So I just think a lot of managers are going to be looking at Grav and going, well, if he's their single pivot, everything goes through him. I'm going to put me a number 10 in there or a number 9, like a Welbeck, to just go and stand on him.
Yeah.
Don't give him the space. Just go and fucking stand there. Then we'll break off that. Then we cut off one of their. So you're saying, go find somebody else, Quasi.
No, I'm saying
I ain't giving the ball to somebody else. I don't. I want to give the ball needs to be given to the guy in that position to unload, turn, and unload. And this is difficult now. This is what he's going to have to overcome because he was kind of anonymous today until that one thing that he did. He turned somebody with a big long leg, and he strode forward. It was like, that's what he's doing. That's Grav. That was Grav early in the season. Turning and breaking and running forward, and people didn't know how to handle him. Now they know what to expect from this guy. So it's like, let's block him off. So he has to deal with that obstacle now. That's where you step up a level.
No, I agree with you. That also the part is the team also needs to have faith in him and give him the ball. Let the pressure come. That's the whole point of him being there. He is there because we could have put Endo there, right? We could have Endo still play the same position like Klopp had him play. But this guy is a press-resistant player. But a lot of times, what I saw, even there's a one point where Virgil, there was nobody on Gravenberg, and Virgil decided to go long. That has to stop. Give him the ball. If he starts to too much costly mistake, then you stop. Because they're giving it to McAllister, and guess what McAllister is doing? He's causing the same mistake that everybody's worried about, right? And he's getting beat up. This guy is not, and we have to remember McAllister is not 100% yet. He's injured. That's why when he goes to international break, he doesn't even play both games. He always play one game. And luckily, sometimes he only plays half a game. So I think personally, the answers to that is not Jones. I think it's Szoboszlai. So Szoboszlai coming into where McAllister is, and then maybe put McAllister in the 10. That's why I think the answer will be for now until we decide to go into the market, because Szoboszlai is also a techie player. As much as everybody wants to crucify him, he is very techie. He's also press resistant. Jones, people are worried because sometimes he holds the ball a little bit too long, so he will get himself in trouble by losing the ball in a dangerous position. But I think Szoboszlai will be the person because he has the legs. He can run for days. Then that opens up Gravenberg. Now, one part I agree with you, Brian, is Gravenberg also needs to stop being a little bit one-dimensional by just trying to be one position instead of moving around a little bit more, so that the players now chases you instead of they standing with you the whole time.
It was a good test for Slot today, wasn't it? Like, we're only 10 games into his first season, you know what I mean? It was a really good test for him today, and he passed it just about. You know what I mean? So there's plenty to be pleased about. I know we can play much better than that. We all know that. On the top of the league. And he's still learning, so everything looks good. So I'm not going to predict that we're going to go on and storm to the league title, like, you know what I mean? But we're doing good so far.
But I think we have the tools. It's just sometimes we are too casual. Today we were so casual. In the first half, it's like people came in with their mochachinos and frappuccinos and was just chilling, strolling around Anfield until somebody told them, "Hey, bro, we are playing a game, man." And then they decided to wake up. And this is the power. I was listening to a gentleman, I think you guys know him, Michael, and he's trying to say that Liverpool can deal with press. I don't agree with that. We can deal with press. He's trying to say when Brighton decided not to press us anymore, that's when we started playing well. No, in the second half, when Trent moved into the midfield and gave a little bit more assist to Gravenberg and McAllister, that opened up, and then they could not chase the ball around anymore. So they decided to say, hey, let's protect this goal we have. And when they did that, it fell into our lap, which is what Slot is trying to teach the new team, which is it doesn't matter what your opposition does, we're still going to hurt you. It's just that it hasn't, like he was saying that first year is growing pains. They still have to learn it, because the same thing happened to Arsenal. Arsenal decided, oh, let's protect this goal. We're going to protect this house. And guess what? We scored a goal in the last minute. So I think that a lot of times we have to give credit to Liverpool when we do something right. We are the reason why the other team is not playing well. And we know, so a lot of times we are the reason why a team scored a goal on us. Most goals that is scored on Liverpool are usually mistakes created by us. Otherwise, there is a super goal from somewhere.
I was really pleased to see Endo. The moment we scored that second goal, I thought, like, get Endo on. And within about 30 seconds, he had brought him on. And he was needed, wasn't he? Like, 12 was shut up shop and get over the line.
What about bringing Bradley in and taking Salah off?
Yeah, that was a good move as well. All of it worked. We got the points, didn't we?
Yeah.
As I said, it is a learning curve for him. I seen Strap Joe said that in the comments about it being, a learning curve for him, and it is, because he's only 10 games in. You know what I mean? 10 games in the league. So he's learning all the time anyway. And that was a good test for him today up against Hertzler.
No, we haven't played anybody, man. We haven't played anybody.
Nobody.
Good.
We played the under-12s. We played the under-15s. We played the church team. We played a charity side. We played a five-a-side.
We played an Arsenal.
Played
They played
nobody.
an Arsenal C team. You know, they had so much injuries.
Everybody was out. Everybody was injured for Arsenal.
Yeah, they were so injured. Arsenal, the whole team was injured.
You know, we've only beaten 1, 2, 3. I mean, I don't want to bring it up because it's a bit of a shitty thing, but like Slot has already beaten more top 6 teams this season than Klopp did in like a couple of years. Like Klopp had a kind of crappy record against the top 6, you know, but Slot is he's beaten, you know, it beats Spurs. I think Spurs sound enough, but
from what you work out, you haven't beaten anybody yet. Just means you haven't played Man City.
Yeah, people like I've heard people say fucking that it's Villa. Like I heard I don't know that guy Tony Claude. He said like that Liverpool have played nobody. This was before they played Arsenal.
Arsenal away, Man United away.
Even until they play Arsenal, even that he said they won't have played anybody until they play Villa.
It's lazy narratives, man. Lazy journalism, lazy narratives. It's the same crap that we heard about when Arsenal went into that game. Everyone talked about all their injuries and all the woes of Arsenal. And I'm sitting there going like, Liverpool have almost about as many people out in our starting lineup as Arsenal did, and actually Arsenal didn't even have as many because Timber and Saka
they only had Odegaard out.
They only had
Odegaard out for injury. The only one that was out for injury.
Odegaard.
Yeah, even Calafiori is okay. I give you that. Like Saliba's out for
Saliba was a discipline issue.
Right.
Yeah, Odegaard.
But they made it seem like they were all like, they got hit. That was a journalism, little angle. But there is something that you guys talked about. There's 2 different things that you guys talked about. I'm gonna bring up one of them right now. You guys brought up the fact that this incredible legend that we are getting the having the pure brilliance to be able to watch play, and that is Mo Salah. He is, as Brian brought up, they just passed Robbie Fowler in the all-time leading goal scorers.
164.
And I'll bring up this little tab to show you the names on the list that he's hunting down.
You could go full screen with that, I'd say. If you could, just for a second.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Give me a second.
It's very tiny.
I
can't.
I know. I got you, producer. Give me 1 sec. So, I'll bring this up full screen. 175 is what Henry is on.
Yeah, I think he's getting there this year. I think he's getting to Henry this year.
Yep.
Definitely. I think he's getting there. Maybe even he's not getting Aguero. He's not getting to Aguero this year, but I think definitely.
I think he passed Lampard and Henry in trouble.
I'm going to say this. We all know that Mo Salah loves a record to be broken. Yeah. I don't think he's going to get to Alan Shearer's record of 260 goals. I'm not going there.
No, but this season. But
what I am going to say is, considering that 3 season contract is what a lot of us are looking or would a lot of us would be willing to offer Mo Salah, if he's able to keep pace with the goal scoring that he's on currently in his career, scoring about 20 some odd goals, in a season, he could surpass Harry Kane if he were to keep pace with his scoring, with his current scoring tallies. He could surpass Harry Kane and become second all-time leading goal scorer. That would be a phenomenal.
It's great looking at that, but I can't help thinking, sitting there, about all the fouls on Mo that never get given. When you think of all the fouls on him that never get given,
I was also going to add, especially as of late, a lot of those goals are not just, oh, he's a penalty kick taker, and that's basically where all his goals come from. So I've heard that narrative try to be pushed out there every once in a while.
Yeah, he wasn't a pen taker at first, was he? He was in the side, but wasn't a pen taker.
He wasn't. Was he? Yeah, Milner took penalties for us too during that period. If Milner was on, he took pens.
Yeah, like we said before.
I'd have him finishing. Sorry, no. If he was to say kind of, I don't know, I mean, I'm saying one season.
No, and I'm saying Trap Joe. That's what I'm saying too. Cole, yeah.
I think I'd put him in between Cole and Rooney. I think that's where I think he could finish up. But this season, I think he can catch. It'd be an effort to catch Lampard, right? Mm-hmm. I know it's only 2, but I think if he's on track, if he stays fit, I think he can definitely beat Henry's record this season. And then it's only 2 more to Lampard. Which is crazy when you think, as much as I hate Frank Lampard, he's a fucking central midfielder. He's got more goals than half of these guys.
That is showing.
So, but that's a 20 goal. That's basically a 20. What is he on? 6 goals in the Prem right now? How many goals is he on?
I think if he got 2 more years out of him, he could. If he stayed for 3. Yeah, just concentrating on this season. I think he'll break. I think he'll at least catch Henry this season. At least catch Henry.
See, yeah. Again, what I'm saying, Trap Joe, too, is if we gave him 3 years, let's say he scored 15 to 20 goals in every one of those years, that's like 45 to 60 goals. Let's just go for it. Let's just say he would need 50 goals basically to surpass Harry Kane. Can he get 50 goals in 3 years? In 3 years,
if Slot's team continues to evolve the way it is at the moment, and we're at the top of the league, then he has got a good chance.
And that's not including whatever he gets this year, too. That's not including whatever he takes off from this year. That's not even including that. That'd be like an additional 2 to 3 years and add on whatever. Let's say he gets the 13 or 14 goals he'll need to pass Lampard, like Brian was saying. Then
he gets braces a lot, doesn't he? He gets doubles a lot, Mo. He'll score twice in a lot of matches,
No, I think.
But I'm just saying that could be incentive. The only reason I'm bringing that stat up too is because that could be another incentive for him to stay in the Prem. Obviously, not go to PSG or I don't think he's going to Real Madrid, but go to PSG or something like that, or even take his services to Saudi Arabia. Put that out there for him.
And by the way, just I don't want to speak for anybody because I know. I mean, look, I'm the Irish guy with it, but he's already highest scoring African player in history of the Premier League.
Mm-hmm.
These are things like he's racking up all these little milestones all over the place. So to get second,
you guys know,
for a guy 8 to 9.
The Salah situation, the only way maybe he stays is, let's say we come in maybe second, win a trophy here and there. If Salah wins the league or Salah win the Champions League, why does he need to stay?
Oh yeah, I hear what you're saying. Go out on a high,
You see what I'm saying? This guy is in such a great place right now. It doesn't matter what he does, it's still going to end up well. But, catastrophic injury. If he stays on course and wins us the league, or he wins us the Champions League, he is the greatest Liverpool player in the Premier League era. I know Stephen G is my guy, and it hurts me from saying this. Stephen G is the only player that I will ever put his name behind a Liverpool jersey. I buy a jersey.
There's one for you, chat. There's one for you, chat. If we were to win the league this season, okay, panel, obviously, chat. If we win the league this season with Mo doing Mo things, scoring the goals, does that put him top greatest, not obviously all time, Premier League Liverpool player?
I mean, who do you go against? Who goes against him?
Second title for us would be big.
Because Bobby's gone, Mane's gone, Klopp's gone. If he was to stay and win another league, it's a shout.
And that if he wins it, this is his league. See, the other one was he shared it with the other two guys, right? I mean, you could split it and say whoever wins, it could be Klopp, it could be.
It'd be massive because it's against the odds with City, isn't it? Like that we win it if he could win a second title, yeah.
In the Pep era, it wasn't like Pep left, so he won one. No, he won it twice in the Pep era.
Yeah.
But I mean, the first one he won it with two other guys. Some of us would say Virgil and Alisson, right? But this one, you'll be like, bro, I'm the Dandada of this team. This is my trophy. Whether he wins the Champions League or and that also goes for Trent. That also goes for Virgil. Alisson could be like, you know what? Mama's really come over.
I feel Mo deserves another Champions League.
You see what I'm saying? Liverpool is in a place where if everything goes correct, a lot of fans are going to cry like babies because all these players are going to be like, we did it. We done something that no one has ever done. And they did it with the two different managers.
Yeah. After that crap Ramos pulled and then Courtois denying him in that other final against Madrid, I think Mo deserves another Champions League medal for his career at Liverpool.
So are we saying that there's basically only two guys in this conversation? That it's basically, I should have rephrased it and said, basically, who's our greatest ever Premier League player, Stevie or Salah? Because it just seems like people are going, well, if it's not Salah, it's Steve. Like, is it literally that? Are they the top two? And has Salah just, like you're saying, if he won us another league, which he obviously fucking deserves.
You know why people think that way, Brian? Is because people forget that even though we didn't win the league in the Premier League, we also have John Barnes and those type of players who I think played 2-3 years in the Premier League, if my math is correct.
Yeah, not many. Not many.
Well, not for us,
right?
Yeah.
So we were the sleeping giant for such a long time, and those dark times there was only one bright light, and that was TVG. So everybody forget that there's also other players who were there that but Stevie G was the only constant one. So I mean, the Champions League thing alone, it's like, and everybody thinks I always say it's not just the Istanbul, he wrote the thing that he did.
He had the chance to leave for Chelsea after Istanbul. He could have left for Chelsea, but he didn't.
He did it
before.
He's a one-man club, one-man
West Ham, Olympiacos.
Yeah, exactly right. Like people forget that everybody always say, "Oh, 2005 Champions League." No. Go back to the groups. Did you know the group stage? We barely made it to the knockout stage.
Game. That was some game. Bro, that Olympiacos game was talk about tension. That was unbelievable.
That is what I call football.
Stevie isn't the only brilliant player that didn't win a league title. You know what I mean? It's happened to a lot of great players over the years that didn't win a league title. You know what I mean?
But I think what I say about Stevie is that, and I don't mean this to sound wrong because I can't think of a better way of saying it, but I know there is a better way of saying it. But I think that for a while, Stevie kept us relevant. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It was like
he was on a mission, wasn't he? He was a man on a mission.
Yeah, I know, and I had to go Zuby for the word carrying the other night, but for a short period of time, he was almost carrying this club on his back. And I would never ever say that any player is bigger than the club. But for a very short period of time, he came pretty close.
He was very close.
He came pretty fucking close.
I mean, when you say
and he deserved. If any player in the history, if any of those list of players you're talking about that's never won, Steven Gerrard has to be top of the list of players that just fucking deserve one more than anybody else that's never won one. I don't care what any other player, any other fans. Stevie Gerrard deserves a fucking league title. He 100% does. Like he missed one generation, the previous one, and then just about was too old with the Klopp generation. Can you imagine like a 26-year-old Steven Gerrard in a Klopp team playing the Henderson? Oh my god!
Mm.
We would have won at least 2 or 3 more chances.
Yeah. Lock it down, sew it up, give it to us, forget about it. Everyone else go home.
Yeah.
He could play in any side, couldn't he? He's the type of player that you could put him anywhere on the planet in any team, and he'd do a good job.
Real Madrid wanted him. Barcelona wanted him.
Barcelona wanted him. Real Madrid.
Chelsea.
Remember this game's at right back.
Mourinho begged them. So Mourinho wanted to take him to Inter.
Oh, Mourinho loved Mourinho was like he's the most Mourinho player of all time.
Yep. Mourinho wanted
Imagine him and
Chelsea.
Michael Essien in the same side. Jesus.
And then there's also these people gonna say, "Oh, you're making it up." There was a guy named Sir Alex Ferguson who was in the background, wanted him.
Yeah, it was never going to happen, but
it wasn't going to happen. But he was trying
in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, he was trying.
Closest thing to Roy Keane. Closest thing to Roy Keane.
Yep.
Stephen
There was a few days that summer. Yeah, that summer after we won in Istanbul, there was a few days that summer where it looked like he was going to Chelsea and people were getting used to it. And it was in like, the Liverpool Echo, like in their footy, saying like that we're going to get Albelda, like to replace him. Albelda from Valencia.
Yeah.
And then after about 36 hours, 2 days, no, he's not going anywhere. But I was gutted when I heard that, mate. As good a player as Albelda was, he wasn't going to replace Gerrard. And God, he didn't go.
Yeah. Gerrard is just one of those irreplaceable things. He was the heart and soul of everything, not just
to be a one-club player. It's like you don't see it that much these days, do you?
But I don't mind it. The guy was looking and going, "I'm too good to end up with nothing." That's fair, Steve. That's 100%. It's like you are too good to end up with nothing. But don't go and do it at Chelsea.
Yeah, that game against Chelsea, mate. We didn't have to win that game against Chelsea. A draw would have been enough, wouldn't it?
Oh, the Ibrahim Abba or
when he slipped, when he slipped, we didn't even need to win that game. All we needed to do was draw. We definitely wouldn't have had that result at Palace had it gone differently. Because we tried to score about 20 against Palace, didn't we, to bump our goal difference up and got caught out 3 times.
One career to be fucking almost defined by that for some people. That one slip.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah.
That wasn't right at all. But then the other one, which was worse, which I thought was in his last ever game for the club, we got beaten 6-0 by Stoke. That was a disgrace. That was an absolute disgrace. Crouch scored twice against us.
Sides, didn't he? He must have been
that was
when Roy Hodgson took over and he played with all them crap players like Jovanovic and that.
Brian, what about when we lost 3-2 to QPR when we were 2 goals up? Was it 3-2 or 4-3?
3-2, I think, was he?
The one that the 6-7 center back score is
Quartez.
Yeah. How do we lose that game? Oh my god!
I know. It was a good goal though, wasn't it, from Quartez? He got up really high, didn't he?
Rolling the dice kind of games, you just did not know. I hated that total chaotic randomness.
We were in bad shape then, and then we got the League Cup final against Cardiff. That was our first sniff in ages, wasn't it? The League Cup final under Kenny against Cardiff.
Oh, it was a 6-1. Sorry, 6-1. Yeah, Stoke was 6-1, and he's saying Stoke basically let Stevie score. Can you imagine the last game of Steven Gerrard's career? It's a 6-0 loss against fucking Stoke.
I always hated playing Stoke. They would play horrible football, don't they, Stoke? Or they did when they were in the Premier League. Was it Tony Pulis was the manager?
Oh, for a long time. It was Stoke. The last time they
scored 6 was a nightmare to play against, man.
A lot of set pieces, weren't they, against Stoke? Set piece side.
They are a nightmare to used to be play with. Raining night by Stoke.
Yeah, that's short.
Was about 6'4". Yeah, loads of big, huge players. Centre halves at fullback.
Yeah,
defenders in midfield if you can get them, and a big lad up front, a couple of wingers.
Long throwers.
Fuel the sport.
That's what what's named Sean Dyche took from.
You can make a career out of that shit. Just about still. Dyche is probably the last guy left in England now.
Yeah, that's the last one. That's why he's struggling. He can't adapt.
Yeah,
it'll
only get you so far. It really and especially at a club like Everton.
Yep. And right now, I guarantee you, even if he goes into the championship, Brian, he's gonna struggle with that style of play. Because even the championship, they don't play like that.
The championship is crazy. Yeah, no, they're all full of teams with loads of spend a lot of money, and it's more kind of Jesus, it'd be almost more suited to like an Italian type of football,
Yeah.
But he's a good guy. I like Dyche. He says it how it is. He's not full of shit. He's not a big head. But he's one of the last of that breed now. Yeah, you got the likes of Villarreal and this guy.
Oh man, can you remember? Let me see. I think it was 5 years span where there were 3 or 4 managers who kept getting these jobs over and over from different clubs. Allardyce. What was that guy? My guy from.
Mark Hughes.
Steve
Bruce.
Oh my.
Tony Pulis. Sam Allardyce. Yeah, the merry-go-round, the English merry-go-round.
Oh, that was so
Alan Pardew.
They are the reason why England hasn't gone anywhere, because those managers kept. Oh my God!
I know the fact that Dyche is at Everton now just makes the derbies even more horrible. You know what I mean? Well, at least when it was someone like Martinez, like there'd be football, but under Dyche, like the derbies are horrible now.
Yeah, Silva, the guy that's at Fulham now. I love playing against his teams.
Yeah,
always get a football game.
Yeah, remember the one that got him the sack? I think we won 5-1. Or it might have been 5-2. What I remember about it is it was streamed on Amazon, because I watched it in the public, and it was on Amazon, which I found strange. But
it was one of those
like once or twice, didn't they?
Yeah, that was probably their first year doing it, because they only got like 4 games or 5 games or something.
The derby was on Amazon. But yeah, Dyche, his teams play a certain way, don't they?
The last guy ever to have not the last guy, but an all UK squad, Dyche. That's not that long ago. He put out a squad in the Premier League where every player in it was either from England, Northern Ireland, Wales, or Scotland. Most of them were either English or Scottish. Like that's how old school they've been, and that's only a few years ago.
Yeah,
that derby when Silva was the manager. Yeah, Origi caused mayhem that night. Origi was brilliant that night. But playing Dyche,
let me
derby opponents.
I know.
Let me bring the reminiscence back
he just disappeared.
Here.
I know. We were waiting for.
Speaking
I thought you were doing some admin in the background.
Yeah.
He's zoned out
I
there.
was getting some. Getting tomorrow. I have some great clips for tomorrow, but I also have some great things to show or share, at least for tonight, before we end the stream here. I did want to give let's see if I can bring this one up first. Actually, let me make sure. Double check. There was a stat that I spoke on, how there was a stat that actually happened. Okay. It wasn't with this particular individual, actually. I just wanted to show this. This is a great picture, actually. The look on Slot's face is just like, oh, okay. You said you can play. I see you. Basically, as he congratulates Joe Gomez coming off the pitch. What I was gonna say is Trent Alexander-Arnold. Trent Alexander-Arnold did accomplish a record today. Trent Alexander-Arnold accomplished a record today. And it was a record that only Trent Alexander-Arnold had established previously. Can you tell me what record Trent Alexander-Arnold broke today?
Most crosses in a game by a player called Trent Alexander-Arnold.
There you go.
Okay, one that only he could have broken, or one that he said himself.
Did he give an assist
One that
today?
he said himself. One he said himself. What's that?
He's having an assist today.
He did not have an assist today.
No, you see, that's the thing, because he didn't have an assist. So what the fuck is this record?
Appearance?
It's a real thing, right? It's not a real joke. Thing. Trick question. Okay.
I mean, like a follow up could have been.
No, it's not.
I have a follow up question if you wanted to, but I could give you when he did it first. He did when he did it the first time. I can tell you what year he did it in if you need to. If that'll help you, maybe get a read on what the record is that he did. He would have. You're right, Pops. If VVD had scored, he would have. Not most recoveries in the game. I'll give you like 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. Or 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds, excuse me. I'll give you to the top of the minute.
Something to do with him being on the winning side in a game that he was losing.
Oh, yes. Yes. No.
Nope. Nothing, huh?
I got nothing.
All right. So, my people, my Reds out there, when you hear of these lazy narratives, and I'm talking to you, Steve Nickel, when you hear these lazy narratives, I'm not even talking to Craig Burley, so that is what it is. But when you hear these lazy narratives out there about my right back can't play defense, okay? Trent Alexander-Arnold is the first player to record a big chance created and have over 9 tackles in a single Premier League game. The last time he did it was 2021. 2021 is the last time he did that. It's a record that he set in 2021, and he broke it today by having 9+ tackles in a single Premier League game. It shows the fact that he's not only just playing offense, he's playing defense, or vice versa. His
performance was much improved in the second half. It was a bad performance first half, but it was much improved. Like the whole team, second half.
Mm-hmm.
Started making tackles, didn't he? And getting in there.
Oh, was it duels? No, that was the record, Pops. It was Pops. Today, he had one big chance created. He had 9 tackles, the most on the team. I said it when we were watching the game, guys. He was putting in some defensive work today. There was a couple of times where I know a lot of people get really antsy when they see him back in defense, and they're stuck on that agenda-ridden, premise that he can't play defense. Trent puts his mind to it. This young man can play some defense. And we saw today he puts a commitment to it.
Yeah, there's a good one. I think it was against Matoma in the second half where he put it out for the corner. He went up against him and got it out for the corner. But it was really.
Let me repeat this too. 9 tackles. Let me just repeat this. 9 tackles, most in the game. Let me repeat this. 12 duels won, most in the game. Okay. 17 in the final third entries. That's the most in the game, and committed 0 fouls today. That is put in a shift, people. That's putting in a shift.
No, I like the way he brought Bradley on and moved him like where Mo was, with just that extra bit of defensive cover to have your right back a little bit, 2 right backs, you know what I mean? Because we were shut up, didn't we? Endo, come on, and it worked. That's all there is to it, really. It worked. But
it's just one of those stats that you can bring up. And
yeah, congratulations to anybody that guessed that.
Anyone that guessed that one?
I mean, fair play to you. Fair play to you. Don't worry, the quiz won't be as hard.
It's an actual record that he holds, though. I mean, it's not.
Oh no, I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying it's incorrect. I'm just saying it's a fair play if you knew that was something he had done today.
He's still. You can tell he's still, laboring a little bit of his precision from, I think, the knock that he had a while back. I think he's still working his way up to being, as close as you can get when it comes to saying someone's 100% fit, But I can understand what you're saying, Pops. He wasn't as, I don't think he looked as poor passing the ball as he did in, was it against, it was against, what game was it? I think it was against Brighton, I want to say. That was the one where he had to pass to Darwin. What was the one that he had to pass to Darwin? And then Mo Salah got the goal. Was it against Brighton?
It
wasn't Brighton.
Last game.
So it was Brighton. Okay. No, it couldn't have been Brighton.
No, the ball over the top and Nunes cuts it back for Salah.
Yeah. Who was that against? Can't remember who was this against. No one? Arsenal. Yeah, Arsenal.
No,
yeah,
it was a game. It was a previous. Yeah, previous league game.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Dink over the top. Beautiful pass. Beautiful. The one that Roy Keane kept losing his mind over. He was like,
there you go. Well, we're a little past the 90. We're going to have to call it here. Went into a little extra time, especially when we have Quasi Bull from Quasi Bull TV joining us,
Big up.
Wow, what a game. What a day. What do you say, Quaz?
I said my heart rate is slowly coming down.
There you go. I know. I can see you stretching out. I wanted to see that too. I thought maybe would have gotten it. We could talk about that maybe tomorrow or another day. It's too great of a day to talk about the negatives. I feel you. That's not really necessarily negative. I know Red Armchair Support is not going that direction, but I'm just saying,
Big up to Pops. Big up to Pops.
Yeah.
But one thing that I would like, I know 12-man Brian and everybody else on this panel are fighting hard to stop this. I don't even talk to rival fans anymore. I talk to Liverpool fans nowadays. When something goes wrong, I don't look at rival fans because rival fans, their name is called what? Rivals, right? We have to stop scapegoating a player when it's a team game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When Salah missed that goal, the whole team suffered. When Salah scored that goal, the whole team enjoyed. So it's not just Salah or Szoboszlai or whatever. Yes, every game, one player will have a bad game. Last week, people were cussing the hell out of Jones out. Today, Jones should always start. People, this bipolar mentality got to stop. It's a team sport. Let the manager do his work. We can all criticize everybody. If you watch my first watch along, shameless plug, I was all over the place. But at the end of the day, it's still a team sport. One thing that I saw that people were doing is like, oh, look at Szoboszlai, he's missing. I'm like, bro, the whole team is missing in the first half. You know what I mean? So even the goalkeeper was missing. So I think that's something that we need to press. Watch the game. It's a team sport.
Yeah.
Right? There's a reason why Salah is not scoring because guess what? The midfield is non-existent. Yeah. So you can't just blame him and say, oh, he's missing.
I didn't know that I didn't know that.
Just at the end of the season, Quasi, they don't go in and hand the league title winning medal to one guy in the dressing room.
Thank you.
And go, yeah, you were the best guy. So, everybody gets a fucking medal because you've got 23 people there.
Exactly.
Okay. people can pick one or things out, but yeah, everybody is there. Yeah, can I do one thing? Can you do anything on the pitch on your own against 11 people? No, of course you can't. So yeah,
I will
picking
say,
people like
I
that.
will
I've
say
no time
this.
for individual awards in football.
Yeah,
that's why I say that. Like they're cool for the guy that wins them, but like, what's he doing? When did he play against a team on his own? No, great, he's the best player. You know, it's a team.
It's a team.
It's a team game. So
yeah, it is a team sport. I
have
will
to
say
back
this.
all our
Speaking of
players.
team sports, for those of us that used to play FIFA, now it's not called FIFA anymore, but I definitely want to give a shout out to FIFA, and it's pretty cool when they do like the the celebrations, and they show like they do the reenactment, or they have like the end slots, or they have it is an end slot for some out there.
Cutscenes and stuff.
But there's they say what is it? Imitation is the best form of flattery, but like I want to share this with you. I didn't know that FIFA already had. They saw in the future. They saw in the future what.
Oh.
Oh wow. He's reenacting. He's reenacting.
Oh.
Wow.
Like you say, life imitating art.
Yeah. Oh man. But
yeah, bless Quasi. Nice to meet you, man.
Big up, man.
Quasi, just what I was going to say on what you were saying. Anybody
for the enjoyment.
No,
you're good. You're good. I was just going to say I'm bringing up something else for
that's nice.
Our enjoyment.
Very nice, yeah.
Yeah, good day. Very, very, like someone said in chat earlier on, when you get these results falling your way, like, City and Arsenal, you have to take advantage of them.
Yeah.
And we did it today,
Yeah.
Don't forget, though, we're only top of the league because we haven't played anybody. I don't know.
We haven't played.
We haven't played anybody, man. We
went over that.
Arsenal, Man United away.
Yeah, we went over that one.
I struggle against. We struggle against Brighton. From what that stat said before, Robert Maguire put up, said we only had 2 wins in 9 against them. So we just beat a team that we struggle against. You know what I mean?
We've got 2 wins in a week now, though, Lee.
2-2
is the
now.
only team that we played. Forest is the only team that we played that beat us. But
I know.
You know what, though? If we lost that game today, 1-0, then we would have said, you know what, we got away with it. Like they lost as well. But the Brucey bonus is we actually won. That's the bonus.
No, yeah, the bonus is yeah.
Them 2 lost. Okay, we were losing 1-0. Okay, we got away with it.
I was gonna save some of these for tomorrow, but I'll show you. This was the bonus. You're right, because I remember Lee was mentioning at the time when City were down 2-0. When they went down 2-0, that was like the big eye opener where I was just like, okay, cool. We've already seen what mentioning 1-0 can do sometimes. I remember some people were very, very quick to point out me mentioning when City were, I think, down 1-0 against Wolves or something, or it was some team like that. But
you went and jinxed it, dude. You straight up jinxed it.
Yeah.
I remember that, Brian. I remember that day.
I said they're up 1. I brought them 1-0. They went on.
We told you to stop talking. We tried to stop you mid-sentence, and you.
Brian,
and then it went 2-1. It did go 2-1. All of a sudden, everything is. But this is the problem. This was the problem right here.
I thought they were going to give him like 20-minute extra time.
Yeah, when you said it, gone to 2-1. Yeah, when you said it had gone to 2-1, I was fully expecting there to be a VAR incident and a pen.
He looks like he's about to swallow that guy's head.
I know.
He looks like he's about to just go yum.
Yeah,
that's not normal, dude.
That's their special move, though, Brian. That all there with the hands in the air like that. That's the move they pull out. You know, when they want to tell the referee we should have a penalty. That's the move they pull out. The hand in the air, and they put the hand flat out like that. You know, come on.
Refs should start booking their players for the way they carry on at refs. Refs should have none of it and start booking them.
They're a bit too much. They're a bit too much. You know, they surround the referee big time.
Yeah.
They
The
really
refs
do
would easily card some of their players for the way they
You know
carry
what I
on.
think they should do, lad? You know, I don't. This has never gained any traction, right? But you know what I think they should do in the game is like when they call for like a VAR thing, you know, and a ref or whatever. I think what the ref should do is go and stand in the center circle, somewhere in the center circle,
on his own. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Only the captains of each team are allowed to enter the center circle when the ref is standing there talking to VAR, and any other player that enters the center circle should get a yellow card. That would immediately stop players surrounding the referee.
Yeah.
It's basically it's a line literally drawn on the pitch. You can't cross it. Only the captains can walk up to him. Because you got all this shit. Yeah, he's standing there, 6, 7 guys around him.
Yeah.
You know, go and stand in the center.
And he can get influenced pretty easy. Yeah. You know, it's been done before how referees get influenced, especially by Man City players. You know, they're going, you know what, I'll give it up and let VAR decide with it.
We seen it, didn't we? When they played Everton that time, Onana, that Everton have sold now, he slid in, and there was no way it was a pen, but he screamed at the ref, and he didn't give it. But then, like the linesman got involved.
That's because he's got to take on tackles like Dominic took on tackles today. Slide in between the legs and
human nutmeg.
And
human nutmeg.
Yeah, but was the Butler good for you today, 12?
Hey, you know what? He was good because we got 2-1. We got 2-1 win. That's why he was good.
I think him and McAllister coming off was needed. They were the two guys I would have brought off anyway. I think it was such a good move, that move there, when he took them two off. Like, McAllister is probably one of my favourite players in the team, you know, but I was happy to see him and Szoboszlai come off, and Diaz and Jones sort of replace them.
It was
for me, it was the match winner.
It was a bold move from him. And
it was bold, but it was a good bold move, you know. A good bold move.
Yeah. That was on some quasi settings. How about that? That was on some quasi settings. There you go. Because he's a good bold.
Thank you so well.
Quasi bold, yeah.
But
it is important to keep in mind how early in Slot's Liverpool managerial career this is. It's only 10 league games in, and he is learning as he goes, isn't he? There's much more to come. Like, you know, we can play much better than that, and I know, like, we will play much better than that as the season goes on.
Yep.
But did you see what's his name, Johnny Ettinger, the ex-Everton defender? How he was sort of trying to, when they were him and Slot were talking, Hettinger kept on sort of pointing his finger out, sort of like trying to tell him something, if you know what I mean. And like I seen in Slot's face, he didn't like it the way he was doing it. He was like, "Shut the fuck up now." Yeah. And Slot put his finger out. I was like, "Well done, man." Yeah.
2-1 Wolves over Palace currently.
Oh, go on. They come back, yeah. They were losing 1-0 as well.
Yep, 75th minute. As Pops just pointed out. Pops, definitely big up. We are going to bring this show to a close, but it doesn't mean that the party does not have to continue on for any of us Reds, because trust, it will be like, who sings that song? I can see sunshine. I can see.
Clearly, that's Jimmy
Cliff.
Cliff.
No, the sun is
Jimmy Cliff, right? Jimmy Cliff, right?
Jimmy Cliff.
Yeah. It's sad because I love Jimmy Cliff too. I don't know why I blanked on that, but yeah.
And it just rained too in my place, and the sun is out.
It's out, right?
You know what I'm gonna do today? This is what I'm gonna do, people. I'm gonna go get my favorite food and turn on AFTV and just.
What's your favorite food? What's your favorite food, Quasi?
Well, since I'm in here, at home it will be different. You know, of course, jollof, you know, fufu.
Some rice.
I'm gonna have to go get some In-N-Out burger. For you guys who don't know.
Oh, okay.
It's the
No,
best
I know
burger.
In-N-Out. I know In-N-Out.
It's the best burger on the planet. I mean,
in
terms of fast food. In terms of fast food.
In terms of fast food.
Yeah, fast food, In-N-Out, man. Brian knows. If you haven't got In-N-Out before, and I know 12 Man knows he's out here talking.
Yeah.
If you said, if you tell me it's Five Guys, we fight it.
No, yeah.
Okay.
No. Five Guys prices are astronomical, by the way.
But Quasi, okay.
Yeah.
I know that might take away our Five Guys sponsorship, but you are.
Oh, that's coming. Don't worry. Quasi, bin that shit, right? I don't care about that shit. You're back in fucking Ghana. What's your food? What do you have? Tell me what you have.
Ghana? Oh.
The real stuff, the real food. What's your favorite food?
I would like fufu and light soup with some goat meat.
There you go.
Okay. So people who don't know what fufu is, tell them what it is, because some people think fufu is.
Oh, see that. Oh, thank you so much, Brian. See, Brian is a man of world travels.
Yeah.
He is well versed.
Sorry, Brian. I wasn't laughing at the idea of you being well traveled. It was just a nice thing.
There's two types of fufu. The one that you see on TikTok most of the time is the Nigerian one. That one is pounded yam. It's not fufu, it's just pounded yam. Fufu is made of plantain, cassava, pounded. It becomes like a raw ball thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And usually you're supposed to eat it with soup. The Nigerians want they eat it with stew. That is not fufu. That's just pounded yam, eat it with egusi and those type of things. But with Ghana fufu, you eat it with either chicken soup or light soup. Light soup is basically usually spicy with any type of meat you like.
Yeah.
There's also palm nut soup, and then there's also peanut butter soup. Yeah.
Yeah, I've always loved soup, mate.
Nice food. I'm telling you. You see how that guy, the guy in the what's that team? Dortmund, the fastest guy. What's his name? He said he eat fufu. Nico Williams also eat fufu. That's why they're so fast. I'm telling you.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. That definitely means something different than London.
Which one?
Yeah, that could go different.
Eating fufu definitely means something different than London.
Yeah,
not fufu. I said fufu.
Yeah. No, but that sounds good. But no rice. What's your rice? What's the
the rice? Jollof rice. Ghana jollof rice. You know the deal.
Ghana
jollof rice with some, boiled egg, some fried fish, some, either goat meat or meat, regular meat, cow meat, all day, every day. Ghana jollof rice.
Get them spices into it. Yeah, man,
and
that's what I
yes,
want to know. It's the rice.
and the dark, yes.
Thank you
now,
very
if
much.
you want me to go other local, then I would say kenke with some, some shito and
kenke with shito. Hang on. Kenke with shito.
This is all of a sudden, yeah.
What
this
the fuck
is going
is kenke
into
with shito? What the hell is kenke with shito?
Kenke is basically it's corn that they have soaked it so that it becomes a slightly fermented, and then it looks like a pounded, but it's come from the most of the Ghana region of Ghana, and then shito is a spicy sauce. It's dark. It's black in color, very spicy. If you have that in boarding school, you are the man, because not too many people bring that. And if everybody knows you have some of that, they would take it from you, especially your seniors. And then we usually eat it with fish, either red snapper or tilapia or any type of fish.
Some mullet or something like that.
Yeah. So yeah,
man, we're learning it all tonight. We're learning West African cuisine tonight.
Yeah, kenke is spelled Kenkey. It's delicious. Very, 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 very delicious.
You're not getting that from fucking Five Guys, are you?
No, I'm not.
No,
I have to compensate.
I'm just thinking what I'm going to have to eat in a bit.
That's what I'm saying. Crack a cold one and watch AFTV. I promise you, this weekend, if any Liverpool fan wakes up on Monday upset, you are not a Liverpool fan. That's all I'm going to say.
It's been a good day, Quasi. It's been a good day.
Beautiful day.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. This is yeah, exactly.
You just sent me a picture.
We just
you did.
I sent you a picture.
Nelante to the chat.
Been a good day, Nelante.
Yes. Bad man. Definitely. Definitely. So, I will admit that Patrice Evra is certainly got way with words, and this will be my last share before we
wait and see Netflix
end the stream.
Yeah, that was funny.
This is my last one. This is my last share for end the stream. But I think Patrice said it pretty well. Who knows? Still long season to go. So I would never count out anyone. But this is how Patrice looks at Arsenal, which is pretty funny. Patrice said, "Watching Arsenal is like watching Netflix. You always have to wait for the next season."
Yeah.
Oh, ouch.
That is so
hard.
I
watched the interview.
Ouch.
I don't like him. I watched the interview. It was funny. As much as I don't like him, he was.
I think he's probably my most annoying Man United player ever. Yeah.
No, he came pretty higher in our punchable face. 11.
Yeah, he was in there. He was involved.
Yeah. But I mean, that's some points back in the plus column. But nice.
That was funny, man.
That's nice.
Oh man, who thought it? Who thunk it?
Still not enough to give him any plus. He's
still not enough to make me say I like Patrice.
Yeah, he's still about
never.
60, but yeah, that's from like minus 100 to like minus.
It was funny. It was funny.
Yeah,
everyone's voting Chelsea tomorrow.
Raw chicken. The dude licked the raw chicken on YouTube. He's a very bizarre individual. I wouldn't.
Yeah, man. How can you eat raw chicken, man? Yeah.
I don't know. Tomorrow, by the way, to your comment, I don't know. I don't really care. If United loses, that'd be great. But I mean, like, I can't really stand Chelsea either. So that's one of those games that whichever team loses.
We played Chelsea though, we beat Chelsea, so that's cool. So for me, they or rather they keep winning. Beating United tomorrow would be cool because United fans have been celebrating all week. The Messiah's coming in November after the international break. So for me, I'd rather stop that party tomorw. So for me, if Chelsea do a job there, fair play. I don't even like Chelsea.
Right? Because I got you. That Messiah. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, Almiron. Can't believe it.
I know, Brian. Good job yesterday talking about it. You guys have a great show. It was very, very good. It helped me, working. I got a new gig, like I said, so I can't pop up. I wanted to jump in, but Amorim has been turned down by City recently because we might not be here next year. Chelsea also turned him down, and West Ham. Liverpool never went for Amorim, so I don't know where that came from. He was on the list, but we never say, "Oh, you are the next after Alonso." Yes, we were wanting Alonso because everybody knew that, and he said, "I want to stay." And then we picked, Edwards and Richard Hughes said, "Hey, the next person is on slot. Go talk to him." The man said, "I want the job." And now look at him. But this Amorim character, yes, he has done well in Sporting, but we'll see. English Premier League and Manchester United, Old Trafford is not for the faint heart.
Usually a Man United Chelsea game is, a big game, isn't it? Like, in relatively recent history, Man United Chelsea is a big game, but league table. It's just neither of them.
United are at home against that game. United are at home. That's right.
Yeah, they've both
been in a 2-2 in that Wolves in.
They've both been in a
Crystal Palace is now 2-2, by the way.
And it's no word of a lie to say that there isn't that much riding on this game, is there, like, for us? You know what I mean? Doesn't matter what happens.
Look, I looked at it. Look, you're looking at a table right now. Some of these teams still do have to play. It is extremely interesting. I just recognized that. Let me see. Are they even on there? Yeah, okay. It is. As far as put it this way, I only saw the 8. I was only showing the top 8 here. I had to go all the way down to 9th and 10th to see Spurs and Newcastle. That's pretty wild. Yeah, this table is showing some definite interesting characters involved in some places on the table that you probably weren't expecting, but they are there nonetheless. So, hey, more power to them. We are at the top of the table, as you can see, which is all that matters. And it's not some, another team's got a game in hand type situation or something like that.
We are there because we haven't played anybody.
Yes,
nobody
haven't played anybody's situation.
We've only played the Partridge Family. We've only played the Famous Five. Yeah, we played the under 11s.
Yeah,
that's all we played. We played the characters from Chuck E. Cheese.
Music to my ears. That bullshit. Anyway, music to my ears. Where people saying that you haven't played anyone. All right,
yeah, 8-1-1. Looking with a good goal differential. A lot of those clean sheets help. I know we didn't get a clean sheet today, but still looking at some good numbers there. 13 goal differential. City's close with 10, but that's the closest it gets, I think.
That's very good. That's very interesting, though, isn't it? Because normally with City,
they're way.
You don't even want to look at the GD.
Yeah, especially with like the acts of Holland
and shit like that.
As you said,
now to see us, because we haven't exactly. Sorry, but it's not like we haven't exactly been banging them in either, have we? Like we haven't been scoring 4s and 5s. It just shows you that their goal output has definitely dropped.
You know what it is? More so, Brian. You know what it is? I don't know if it's necessarily their goal. Their goal output has dropped off so drastically. It's the fact that other than Chelsea, at one point it might have changed by now, but other than Chelsea, they have not had a clean sheet in the Prem.
Oh yeah, they're not keeping clean sheets. They're
not keeping clean sheets at all.
No, that's a great point. Yeah,
they're winning games, albeit they are winning games. But they're really not. I think they had. I want to say they might have had one clean sheet just recently. I'd have to double check on that one.
Oh yeah, against Southampton.
Yeah, they won 1-0 or something.
Yeah. That was even a 1-0, Quasi. Even that.
Yeah, 1-0. Yep. They barely squeaked this. They've been Brian. They've been. This guy's been running on their luck all season. Look at every game they played. It's like Wolves. Wolves, we know the league gave them that extra 2 minutes to go do what they needed to do.
Oh, absolutely.
Even with Arsenal, with Brentford, with Fulham. I mean, there were so many games that you'd be like, okay, out of a champion, but eventually it's not sustainable.
No, it's not. It's definitely not. Absolutely not.
I want to see if City get any more injuries in central midfield, because at the moment he's covering up Rodri's absence with Gundogan and Kovacic, but if one of them, even both of them, were to be injured, I wouldn't wish a serious injury on any player, but a muscle strain here and there for both of them, like in what's left of the season, like would be helpful. That would really test Pep Guardiola's management skills to see if he could still win the league. With
Kovacic. Lee Kovacic is one of my favorite players. He's brilliant, but he's in his 30s now. He's always been injury prone. Gundogan is like 34. He ain't going to do a season.
Yeah,
but
we gotta go. So we gotta end it up. We gotta.
Real quick, Quasi, you want to say something real quick? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm sorry, but to me, this is the most uninspired I've seen Pep in his entire career. Like, he literally said, we don't care about the Carabao Cup. I've never heard him say anything like that. You know what I mean? He doesn't look inspired. He knew the team was not at his pump when the summer started. And with all the money that he got, he didn't replenish. He kept the same squad. With Savinho or whatever his name is?
Yeah. Savinho, yeah.
Yeah, some are going down with their Pep. I don't think he's coming back. I know everybody says that every year, but I'm sorry, he doesn't look inspired. He looks like, I'm gonna go for a Champions League or a Premier League. After that, I'm Gucci.
That's what we're all hoping in it, that this is his final season. He doesn't extend.
Yeah.
I hope this court case business gets to him. Like,
true. Maybe he knows something we don't know.
Well,
I'm hoping good for the league in general, not just for Liverpool to win the league, but just be good for the league in general. If somebody else won it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it would be so glorious if Liverpool win it this year under him, and we can't say, "Oh,
it'd be fantastic." And then I'm hoping that Pep can go. I'm hoping Pep could try to go and win a different title next year, which would be like maybe like the championship or something like that.
he's
The
going."
prison fight.
Let's hope he's like battling Watford or Oxford United.
You were going to say in Spain or Serie A or something like, or as a national coach.
There you go. Yeah, taking on your Prestons and your Burnleys. Let's hope that's the competition.
Decore is back for Palace. Okay, but yeah, I think Pep can be managing the City five-a-side prison team. The one.
What other club management jobs do you think appeal to Guardiola? What other club management do you think he'd do? Which other teams do you think he'd consider?
I think Brazil. Brazil is where he was. Brazil or Spain, for me. I don't
think he goes to Spain because of the whole like Basque thing or something like that. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I don't think he does Spain because of that. It'd be interesting to see what he would do with Brazil. By the way,
I would be managed somewhere else. That's all I'm saying.
I think unfortunately though for them, if they were to take on Pep, I think there's an issue with Brazilian football, in my opinion, right now. In that, like, you know,
it is horrible. It is embarrassing.
It is very embarrassing to the level it's at currently, and I don't know if bringing in Pep. I don't know if bringing Pep brings back the Brazilian samba. You know, like the whole
return to Bayern. Do you reckon he'd go back to Bayern?
No. I don't know what his next move would be.
Bayern, he's done. Pep will not go back. I think he's done with Bayern. He's done with Barca. I think Brazil will be. If he can rejuvenate Brazil, trust me, he goes as the best manager.
Yeah, no, it would be. I mean, I'm not saying that he wouldn't do well in Brazil. He probably did phenomenal in Brazil. But I'm just also saying that if you think that the Germans are angry with what Pep has, what kind of influence Pep has had on like football in Germany,
he'd be better for Argentina.
You can only imagine what would happen with the way that Brazilians would say, yes, we're winning, but is this the way we want to win? I think.
No, he would suit Argentina.
He goes as long as he goes at the end of this season. Don't care where, just go, please.
Just go.
No, Argentina or Uruguay, he'd suit them way better than he does Brazil. But he's had links to Qatar since when he left Barcelona. Maybe. He went and played in Qatar immediately after he left Barcelona and went to Genoa, I think. Then one of the first players in the 90s went to Qatar, and the plan was always for him to manage Qatar at the 2020 World Cup in Qatar.
Mm-hmm.
That had been lined up for years. He has, and that didn't quite work out, but he has massive connections out there. So I guarantee when it'll be that part of the world. He goes to Qatar, Saudi.
I don't want him to be able to just like I don't want him to kind of like
retire after that. Then
I don't want to see him slide out the back door and like get away from pretending as though he didn't know any of the things that the 115, if not 130 allegations that have been out there.
Treaty.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I don't want any of that crap. I want him to have to sit and suffer and
the back.
Yeah.
On the back. But hey, look, man, you have to go. You have to go. We don't want to keep arguing that.
Travel to Millwall or travel to like I don't know to Plymouth or something like that. On their games, but oh man! But people, we do have to push out. I know that, or at least I have to push out. At least the brethren here are more than welcome to.
Don't forget 12.
I know.
Don't forget 12. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I know they're more than welcome to hold it down. They held it down yesterday. Well,
oh yeah. If you want to stay on, guys, you want to stay on for it. Quasi, do you want to stay on for a bit?
You guys can more welcome.
Top of the table.
Top of the table is what is that?
Yeah,
That's
Lante,
right.
you've just come in. What?
Yeah, I know. Lante's just got to the party.
Yeah, I've been in and out. Yeah, I can stay for again if you guys want to stay. I can stay for another about 10 minutes, 10, 15.
I got
Yeah,
like
you guys
5
can too.
Cool.
Yeah, it's cool. I can definitely let the brethren here. I'll just I'll be on. I'll take out the lifeboat and row to shore because I gotta get myself ready for my afternoon gig here. But
Come on.
to the league, to every last one of you, my Reds out there, those that matter. Exactly, that's the Reds up in this chat and those on the panel. Yeah. So I bid you adieu, but the brethren here are going to stay on for a little bit. I don't know if Quad's going to dip out or not, but I'm going to be definitely wishing everyone a great day or a great evening, whichever the case might be. And I'm also going to say my parting words is up the Reds as always. So I will see you guys tomorrow for a match rating show. And yeah, and with that said, I'm gonna hand it over to the guys here. Peace out, guys.
All right, guys.
Best of luck, man. Peace. Yeah, so here we go. So what are we going to talk about? Quasi's gone. Quasi. Okay, Quasi's out.
So what do you make of it today, Nolante? What did you make of the match?
What's your thoughts on it, man?
You know what? I'll just with the game. I'm with my boy right now. He's an Arsenal fan, and he doesn't like. He's like me. He doesn't like Mikel Tapas Codeman, as I like to call him, aka Codeman. You know the guy who was picking up Pep's cones, and then all of a sudden, no, we'll give you the manager's job. Mikel Tapas. Anyway, we'll digress. We'll focus on the game, guys.
Well, he did a good Nilante. He did a really good job keeping the canteen clean. Come on.
Brian, you know what?
He did a really good job doing that as well. Don't be too hard.
You're right, Brian. You know what? Apologies. Yeah, don't worry. Listen, my friend, he's an Arsenal fan, but he can't stand him. He's like he despises him, to be honest. So anything you say, don't worry, he'll agree. Don't worry.
But is it? Can I ask your friend? Is it a purely kind of personal? Because sometimes, and that's cool. It's just like you just look at the guy and go, nah. Or is it the way he plays?
It's a bit of both. Yeah. Like I'm from hybrid era Arsenal, so I'm 40 plus now, and I was going back when Arsenal were a hybrid. So I was just thinking, actually, as you were speaking, that Arsenal have always been, left with tactically inept managers. So I was talking to Nate about Slot. He is not the most, glamorous manager that you guys could have gotten. We were both saying that Flick would have been that guy, but he's very effective at using the tools he has, and tactically, although you weren't great against us, I can't fault him for playing the way he did away. Whereas Arteta, there's so many games where tactically, I just feel he's out of his depth. He's inept is the word I would use. And this has been long our problem. Unai was a good tactician, but Unai sadly lost the dressing room for me and wasn't backed to the level that the pretty Spaniard is. But you guys, I think Slot is a decent manager. Now, whether Slot will get you over the line and win you silverware, I'm not so sure. But for what he's doing right now, I was saying to Nathan, it's early days, but I think for me, if you said to me right now, would you like Slot at Arsenal? I will take him all day long over Tapas Pulis, as I call him. 5 years, and all he's won is a Unai FA Cup. So I think a lot of old era Arsenal fans like myself would agree. The new era, the Emirates, the Bavs, and all these guys, AFTVs, will keep making excuses for him, and hopefully eventually at some point when he doesn't win anything, and if he misses out on top four, they'll get rid of him. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting season. I think you guys are doing well at the moment.
Well, where do you think? Interesting question. Sorry, I don't know your name. Did I miss your name? It's Brian.
Oh, G. Just call me G.
Okay.
Although amongst the Arsenal circle, I'm known as the Negative G. So Negative G is my nickname amongst my Arsenal peers.
Okay, Negative G. Okay, Negative G. Where did it go wrong for Emery?
For Emery, I think the Ozil situation, I think Baku obviously was the biggest thing. Mkhitaryan was a very big miss in that game. And even I remember me and Nathan watched the game with a few others, and I'll never forget, like, we had 2 chances at the end where possibly Iwobi, and on another day, we obviously made it 4-2, but it was too late by then. So again, Emery, we could say he was out-tacticked by Sarri, but Emery, I feel, was genuinely let down by the players. Whereas now I feel the players are being let down by Arteta's tactics. He's defensive, very, let's not do anything rash. And Slot is like that as well, but there has to be a method to the madness. Playing Thomas Partey at right back, he can't explain that. No top coach in the world does that kind of nonsense. You know, only ones that think they can experiment and get away with it. Hence why he's doing these irrational. He's bought how many left backs since Kieran Tierney? Yet none of them are better than Kieran Tierney. You know, Klopp even at least realised that Trent, okay, he fell down this season. Klopp left, and he started kind of shifting Trent's position.
What do you feel about like Arteta's style of play? His idea of football, the way
he's changed. Because obviously last year, fair play, like at least a lot of the football against lower teams was attacking, exciting football. Now it's almost like the players are too scared to play because they don't want to be doing anything too wrong and risking it. And I get it if it's a Slot and that's your style, you're a very pragmatic, efficient kind of Dutch football combination, fine. But you're meant to be this, you know, young hope, the best young manager since Pep, etc. Yet here we are, 5 seasons in, 1 FA Cup that frankly I've always felt he was lucky to win. And now we're just suffering negative football with tactically, questionable, if I'm being kind, stupid, if I'm being honest, decisions that he's making.
Those seasons, like when you were out the Champions League and that, you were defending badly, weren't you? So he's come in, like, and he's just, made it hard to.
I know where you're going with this. Now, people will say he's fixed the defense, but he hasn't fixed anything because as a coach, I don't feel he's improved anyone. The only person that you could say, well, he's turned out all right is Ben White. And even Ben White, it took him a whole season to realise that Ben White is not a centre-back in an Arsenal back 4. He's more of a right-back and an overlapping one. Even Ben White, he's getting ready to bin him off now after he's served his purpose for 2 years. And I don't think Ben White's a player that we need to be binning. It's more the Jesuses, the other kind of players in and around midfield. If I'm looking at Reece Nelson, all these kind of guys. I think Reece has gone now, hasn't he? So slowly he's doing it, but there's a lot of guys that he needs to bin off before he's binning off, Ben White. He's acting like Ben White's a problem when he's not. At right back, he's quite... Tomiyasu being one that, given his injury record, he needs to be binned off. So, like Brendan, I said to Nathan, didn't I? Brendan Rodgers was great for Liverpool, but Liverpool had the sense to see that, look, this guy's not going to get us over the line. As great as Sturridge and Suarez has been, we need to go in a new direction. You got Klopp, you won the Champions League, you won Cups, and you won the league. So ultimately, that's proved a success, and I think Arsenal need to do the same now.
What sort of percentage of Arsenal's fan base would have preferred Emery to still be in the job? Are there many?
I wouldn't say so. To be honest, from the new era, I don't think many. I think it was 50-50. But from the old era, like, we could see, compared to Wenger, and obviously Emery was never a bad coach, but he wasn't exactly given the best tools. Some of the decisions I don't even think was his. Signing David Luiz and a few others. These were problems he was left with. Same as Ozil. Ozil's comments on China is what finished him, and Arteta then had to hurriedly get him out. But that wasn't an Emery problem.
Yeah, he didn't take to his style of football. It seemed to me, like from the outside looking in, it's like, cause obviously, like the way Wenger played the game was drastically different.
I think Ozil's time at the club was done anyway, but could he have done better than the people that covered for him until Odegaard? And even Odegaard, I mean, I don't rate Odegaard that highly when we compare him to Mesut Ozil, someone that actually did play in a Real Madrid side that was quite scintillating to watch. Okay, yes, maybe you could say he had great players around him, but what's Odegaard done to be put into brackets of, he's, best player since Bergkamp, better than Ozil. He works hard.
Don't bring Bergkamp into a conversation.
Well,
you're going to lose
he's a Bergkamp fan.
Oh, no, Bergkamp
you're going to
for
lose
me is like, he's like number one, but this is why I get annoyed with my Arsenal fans. You can't put Odegaard in the same breath as Dennis.
No way, man. Jesus, no. Come on, let's be real. Yeah.
No, Odegaard.
I'll ask you a question quickly because
Lundberg
sorry.
Way to attack a midfield.
Yeah, like even Lundberg I'd take so Pires. Odegaard is a standard midfielder that we're heralding as some top-rate player. Look at the numbers don't lie. Look at his assists. He's terrible. I think Szoboszlai's got more assists. I'm sure.
No.
I'm sure he has.
Oh no.
Or what's his name? The Gravenbach.
No,
yes, because Odegaard's assists are terrible.
No.
Going back to last year.
No, he's got more than both of them. No.
Well, he's like 20th or 23rd in assists list. Last I looked at the list, Odegaard. Yeah.
No. Odegaard's got more than both of them.
He is.
The guys can tell you this.
From last year. We're talking last year.
Yeah, but Sobol didn't get much assists. And
I wouldn't say Sobol, but maybe Gravenbach. I'm sure there are players above him because I was looking the other day at players that have more GA and assists than him. So he's not where you would think he is. He's not like a De Bruyne or somewhere like that,
Okay, but G negative, can I ask you this one thing, right? Because this is a guy who I love, right? This guy who I don't know. It's just one of those guys that I think that if things worked out perfectly for him, you could potentially have been talking about putting him in the bracket with the player that we're talking about, but that's way too far.
Yeah.
Someone I thought Liverpool should have bought, and I still think I'd take him. I get a lot of, people saying you're talking shite. I don't know, but I think Kai Havertz is fucking brilliant. I don't know what, as an Arsenal fan.
As an Arsenal fan, and again, as an old school Arsenal fan that's lived through Henry, that's lived through, Alexis, even Adebayor, these were, for me, top centre forwards. When I look at Kai, he's a functional centre forward. I don't think he's a top centre forward. I was saying today, wasn't I, that if Arteta can last till January and keep the team within touching distance, and they managed to buy what I would call a killer striker, someone like a Dovbyk, or before the hype died down, Vlahovic, someone that if he's in front of goal, he's gonna make that difference. Kai isn't that guy. Kai is to me another Giroud. He's gonna need 4 or 5 chances, and against the lower teams he'll do well, but so far, I think the jury's out. Numbers-wise, okay, but if you look at who he got those numbers against, they're not really covering him in glory. But I don't think he's.
Do you see him as a 9, though? The one thing I see him as a 9, and he's not a 9, he's not a 10, he's an 8, he's a 9, he's a 7. He's kind of one of those.
Well, again, this is another Mikel special though, because he played him half a season in midfield, and then realised that he's more effective up front. I think he is effective up front.
First touch is good though, isn't it? He does have a good first touch.
He's got that again quality, though. He should though. This is why I get annoyed. So for a 50 million striker, surely if you compare him to Dovbyk, he should have a damn good touch for 50 million, right? This isn't small money. It wasn't like
JK knows German football. He'll tell you that the Kai Havertz at Leverkusen was running from deep. He was breaking from midfield. He was playing a kind of floating role behind. That was his game. That was his kind of thing. I don't think anybody in England has actually played him in that role. And
true. When he was at where was he now? Leverkusen. Yeah, I agree. Awesome. Yeah, but the German league sometimes can be deceiving in terms of strikers. I can think of Oba and a few others, but then I can think of a lot that failed to deceive in England. They did well elsewhere, like your Andre Schürrles, etc. But strikers that come from the German league generally don't tend to light the Premier League up. In fairness, I think Kai has done okay. But again, is he what we need to get over the line? No. I mean, would I take any of your forwards? I'd take Salah right now. I'd even take Jota. I think Jota personally is a better player than Kai will be, especially for a team like Arsenal that last year were producing chances.
Jota over Havertz from an Arsenal fan.
Absolutely.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first, guys. Jota over Hazard.
Wow. Well, like I said, check Jota's numbers.
I wanted Arsenal to win that Champions League final with Lehmann.
Oh dear! Now they're really going back. That's another Wenger special, isn't it? Because of his tactics.
Yeah, because he really liked Wenger.
He took off Pires when he shouldn't have took Pires off, but. Yeah, this is the problem.
Just quickly from Tom Boland in the chat, Odegaard has 31 goals, 25 assists in 125 games.
Again, if you compare those numbers to Ozil, if you compare those numbers to Santi Cazorla, to Aaron Ramsey, we'll see that whilst, Odegaard is a special player in this current era, you compare him to other players, and in fact, other players in his position, I don't think he's this world-class player that he's been made out to be. Ozil, genuinely, when we got him from Madrid, most people were shocked. Wenger did a madness, as they would say, back in the day with Alexis and Ozil. When Odegaard came, no one really was too hyped up. They were like, yep, they've got a good player there. On his day, he's very good. Very good against, I would say, personally, poor at a position. He turns up. Against Bayern, Porto, all these guys, he goes missing. For me, ghost to guard, as I call him. But on his day, yes, can be very good. Can look very pretty on his day.
The Europa League finals to Chelsea. There's two English teams that I cannot stomach winning European silverware or any silverware. It's Man United.
Chelsea and Man United.
Chelsea and Man United.
There you go. We share that. As Gooners, we share that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but if we had beaten you last week, right? Let's just say that had gone our way in the last minute.
I think you could have. I was saying to Nathan, Salah, that chance, if he buries that, we're in trouble.
So
we got gifted life there.
And you lose today, right? Like you do, and we win today. That would have put Liverpool 10 points ahead of Arsenal.
Yeah. I think the title's done anyway. Any dream of the title, any rational Arsenal fan looking at what's going on, unless you guys and City are going to completely collapse, and City, will have these dips, but when it needs to, they'll pick it up. We've seen it time and time again. You guys, it's an unknown entity. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you won it because he is an astute manager, but I wouldn't be surprised if you fell short a little bit because I still think this squad needs a bit more refinement. They've got very good players.
It's his first season, and the squad isn't as deep as it was because massive Thiago, Bajcetic, and Vandenberg, and all the other players aren't there. Some of them might not have played that much, but there is a smaller squad this season, than what we've had for quite a few seasons. I'm just worried about injuries.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key for everyone.
Canate today, prime example.
Yeah.
Joe Gomez can cover, but we're not as strong without Canate. He's been one of the main reasons why we're top of the league, is Canate.
Well, don't forget, you've got Chiesa not doing anything at the moment. No, he's still with you, right, Chiesa? So that could be a real joker up his sleeve. If Chiesa comes in and starts burning, now you've got a top player in the Euros, certainly, and even before that, he was being really mentioned.
No, if he can come in fit as an option, if he can come in fit, absolutely. But it's taken him a long time to get up to the speed of it. He's come in taking a few knocks, getting knocked back. But look, we're top, City or second. It's just one of those days as a fan. The two biggest rivals, as it were, they drop points, and you're 1-0 down, and you go and win that game. So you're walking on it. You're back on the top of the league. You've gone to Newcastle. You haven't scored. You're dropped down to fourth. Are you recalibrating your expectations as an Arsenal fan, or were they already below a title challenge? Did you think you were going to do a title challenge this year?
What was the?
Oh yeah, Bryce. Say the question to Negative G again. Sorry, you missed the question.
Oh right, sorry. It's just now that you're in fourth or whatever. Have you are you looking at that table again, going, okay, now it's about this, or were you always?
I never thought we'd win a title this year anyway. Given the additions and given the lack of additions and given Edu, for me, Edu is another problem at Arsenal. As a director of football, he's not a proven director of football. When I look at people like Comolli or etc. that you've had at your club, is it Rick Parry? These are experienced guys. They've been around the block. Edu has failed to do any decent deal other than trigger a release clause. Who has Edu went and got that we thought, wow, okay, he's really prized that one away from a top club? You know, Odegaard, Madrid didn't want him.
Good player.
Who was a good buy?
Player, I do.
Timber? I thought Timber was a good buy.
Yeah, but again, Timber,
not a world beater.
They weren't exactly. Yeah, he wasn't a player that was in demand throughout. I think it was just United that were looking at him. So we've not beaten any top clubs to a top player probably since I'm going back to again Alexis. Or Oba. Maybe Oba was our last like marquee, signing that I can remember. People stood up and thought, "Wow, Arsenal is serious." Like these guys
they
are getting
went and
a top
got that guy.
European striker.
They went and took that guy. Yeah, everybody wanted him, and Arsenal went and took that guy.
You're only a run of results away from getting back in it. You're only 6, whatever. That's only results. If you string a few wins together, like you'll be right back in the mix, won't you? What are your upcoming games? Your next league game?
Also, I don't even know, to be honest.
I know we've got Leverkusen in the Champions League. Do you know your Champions League games against?
Who are Arsenal up against in the Champions League? I'm not sure. Lee Wizkid is saying Villa and Chelsea yet to play.
Oh, yeah.
Arsenal could be sixth this time tomorrow. So, there'll be some. But like you say, Lee, there's only two wins, one of your opponents. They're playing Inter on Wednesday.
Might be another loss incoming then, because he's not a better manager than Maresca.
Inter Milan and Chelsea. That's it. That's your next
game. There you go. I knew it was Inter.
I think they're both away from home as well.
Yeah.
They're both away from home.
So that's going to be an interesting
good luck
game.
With that.
So that situation proves how inept Arteta is, because we sold this guy. We all watched the documentary, right? We can't get no money for this guy. He's too old. He's got disciplinary problems, etc. Even though, it's come out since that it was agreed by the club he could go see his mum. He couldn't come back due to COVID protocols. So actually, Oba, whether he was late for the Tottenham training or not, put that aside, he wasn't in the wrong. But they sold him to Barcelona. He then won them a league, essentially. Then Barcelona, in fact, they gave him to Barcelona for free. They didn't sell him. My apologies. Then Barcelona sold him to Chelsea. Yeah. Like, I just don't. And that alone, the fact that they told us fans that, oh, no, we can't get nothing. He's a disruptive influence. He's not worth anything. People like Vinay, stood there, alleged, now he's not there anymore. But, oh, yeah, we can't get nothing for this guy. Yeah. Oh, this guy's washed. He's not performing because you're having him play wing back. He's having to chase back at 30 odd years of age, which, physically he's not going to be able to do. That guy was a quintessential replacement. I'm going back now for someone like Ian Wright. Ian Wright was never a hard worker. He was someone that right place, right time, he'll get you goals. Yeah, what did we do with Oba under Arteta? Oh, no, we want him, running back, chasing back. You can't expect these kind of players to do that. I know modern football has become about that side of the game, but you got to realize as a manager how to use your players. And he's misused quite a few players, I feel. If I look at even Maitland-Niles. Now, Maitland-Niles was brilliant when he was being used as a utility man. Yet Arteta, for whatever reason, didn't sell him, but then didn't keep him in the end either. So these are all things I put on the manager's door, whilst the club are run, I feel, in a corrupt way. Yeah, and all these American owners, I'm sorry, like Liverpool fans, the Hicks don't want your, best for what your club is either. It's FSG. Financial. FSG, sorry. Yeah, they bought it from Hicks. American owners, sadly, without being too political, I don't think that, they're not of the same winning mindset, as a Middle Eastern or a Russian owner, like we did with
mindset. They're of the money-making mindset, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And this, to me, coming from an old school, English football fan, I like to see myself, born and bred literally, 15 minutes from Highbury. Like, I think this is wrong. Like, this is a problem as well. People like Kroenke, they don't care. As long as he gets top 4, Arteta will never be questioned about his lack of success. Slot, I think, will be questioned more because there's enough of the Liverpool hierarchy to demand more now that you've had success. Now, whether, again, they're not going to press panic alarms, and it's his first season, but I don't think Slot will get 5 years to win stuff.
His first season was to get us top 4. That was his target, to get us top 4. We're slightly higher, but, top 4 was his target.
Yeah, which is fair. I think, given the circumstances, that's a fair assessment.
After Klopp, you know what I mean?
Definitely. Yeah, just keep the ship steady. And I just think there's definitely, of course, everybody needs to make money. If they're in it for the money, they're in it for the money, right?
It's more commercial now.
Yeah. The whole thing has gone to shit, man.
If the worst example. Look, here's a new golf bag we're releasing. Here's a new kit. Yeah. We've not won anything, but don't worry, get this blue kit. Let's live off the Invincibles, even though now they can't because James Lehman stopped that.
Brian, guys, I quickly want to say bye.
I mean, from a football.
Yeah, JK, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, JK.
Okay, Brett.
Nice one, JK.
Nice hearing your voice, bro.
All right, guys, nice to speak to you.
Nice. I thought.
Anytime you want a negative Arsenal view, I'm sure I've rattled a few in your comments, but I see it not just personal. I don't like Mikel. I never did like him. But also from a footballing perspective, I don't think he's the one to take us to that next level. Slot, at least, is a question mark for you guys.
Yeah, but why has JK? You wanna hop off? Do you? JK, if you need to pop off, yeah. But I'd like to know, why has Arteta regressed negatively in his tactics? Why has he become so much more defensive in the way that in the stealing time? Like we saw, I'm going to bring it up. Liverpool playing Arsenal. It was
in the background.
No, but 75 minutes. Martinelli takes the ball to the corner flag. On 75 minutes.
Yeah.
What's happened? What has created this regression from attacking Arsenal play to this Mourinho ball? This, what's happened? What's the story? What's going on there?
I think with Arteta, he overthinks things, and he's always done this from day one. His tactics or his football philosophy, he must think in his head that, I'm some genius. I'm so fluid. I'm doing, Thomas Partey at right back. I'm putting Declan Rice here, there and everywhere instead of his position sometimes. But I think this is where it stems from. He can't seem to leave certain things alone. Like when he signed Rice, I thought, great. Partey and Rice as sitting midfielders. And then all of a sudden I saw that he wasn't doing that. So he's now had 2-3 seasons of failure. Yeah, although he's progressed, he's failed. He's not won anything. He knows this because last year he said that he fought himself about moving away.
When you when you think about it, he's actually been there quite a lot. 5 years. Like that's a long time.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's actually.
But this is what I'm saying, and he knows. He knows that if he doesn't win anything this year, whilst the club won't get rid of him, his standing and his aura, as he likes to feel, is not the same. Because people are now going to see through that actually, whilst you've got Arsenal challenging in 5 years, you're just a Spanish Brendan Rodgers. Rodgers actually won an FA Cup as well. So
no, he didn't.
Much.
No, he didn't. Rodgers didn't win anything.
Well, there you go then. So even worse. So Arteta's managed to win one cup. And do the same Pochettino.
Yeah, he's had backing, hasn't he? Been able to get
huge money, right?
Yeah, huge money as well. He's had the most finances. If Wenger had this money, even at his age now, Arsenal would be not only challenging. I would bet a bottom dollar we'd actually won at least one of those leagues, because Wenger doesn't have this scared philosophy that Arteta seems to have adopted now of, let's be pragmatic, let's contain the opposition, let's not really take them the game, even when we're home. I understand it when we're away, but as you said, it's a big game. It's against Liverpool. And if anything, you would think a manager would want to show essentially a rookie manager like Slot in the Premier League that, hey, you've come to my ground. I'm going to really come at you now. Instead, I felt Slot was actually, his game plan makes sense to me, right? You're away from home. There's been results there lately between us that we have got the better of you through hook or crook. So Slot, you can understand. But Arteta at home, being as defensive as he was, as you said, I think the incident you're referring to, he was actually berating Martinelli for not coming back and working hard instead of saying to the team, push up, let's go for a winner now. So, yeah, I think the defensive mentality has come from the fact that things are tight now and he wants to adopt a different, style of play to maybe shake things up a little bit. But actually, if it wasn't, wrong, why fix something that wasn't broken? We did very well, especially against the lower teams. You look today against Newcastle, 70-odd minutes, I don't even think we were in the game, And whilst we've lost there before, we've never lost there where we've not even been in the game.
No,
we've not laid a club on them.
No, you score goals. Yeah, you get beat by Newcastle. Cool, but you get beat 4-3, 3-2. You don't get beat 1-0.
Yeah, exactly. Or, we draw 4-4, but we have a go.
You don't get beat 1-0.
Now against City as well, we've and this is not, he experimented with this last year where he thought that as long as I don't lose to the top 4, I'll win it. And he was close, but what he didn't factor was losses to West Ham, losses to Aston Villa, losses to Fulham. These are the ones that he really should have focused on. And the top 4 sides like your City or Liverpool, United or etc., he could have said, look, we'll go for some maybe we'll draw. But against City, for you to be relying on a deflective goal, we've never, in my 5 years of watching Arteta ball, apart from the FA Cup semi-final, I think it was, where, again, it was the Aubameyang and Pepe show for me, we've never outright, played City off the park. Yeah, we've had some moments, but City have always managed to get a result, get a draw. We've never gone and said, right, we are going to stamp our dominance all over you. We've always gone, oh, well, if we just don't lose, if we just don't have a bad loss, we'll be okay. And this is the problem.
Poundings, 4-1, 5-1. We could see a few hardens.
That's a logical blow. Like the points are
No, but like I said, for the first 2-3 meetings, I get it. But you've now felt it out. You've now seen what Pep's about. You've worked with the guy. So it's like, surely after the 3-4 meetings where you're a bit safe, you don't want to risk it. After that, especially last year, I think was his biggest chance to go there and stamp his authority and say, we've arrived, we're going to really come and play you. We didn't. We relied on a deflective goal. Over there, we were happy with a trash 0-0 result, I believe it was, or 1-1, whatever it was. But essentially, we started that whole, we're not going to win the game from last year. So let's just continue. This is nothing new, really. Why? Because Arteta is a bit of an egomaniac and he feels that this is a new way of, getting results, which I don't think he's that kind of manager. He's not a Jose. He can't get those kind of results.
We play City right after playing Real Madrid, so I'm hoping we get a result against Madrid and then take that into the City game because we need to beat. I think we're at home for the first game, so we need to be beating them at home if we're going to try and get the title off them.
That's a psychological blow. That's what you're talking about.
I think if Liverpool,
it's like, it's just like that's what you got to do. It may not matter over the long run of a season if you beat these guys. If you win all the other games, it's not that game that wins you the title, but it's what it says to your team. It's what it says to your manager. It's
exactly
what it says to your fans. We went there and we beat them 2-0. That's not the game that won you the league, no, but it's the game that made you believe. It's a game that says we're better than them. We're not just contending with them. We're actually better than these guys. You have to do it.
100%.
That's what it gets you over the line in the other games. Arsenal, like you said, and the boys. I don't know. Like, how do you like? We came off the 80s, right? We came off the early 90s, the 80s. Dalglish, these kind of people. You can't follow that shit. You can't follow that shit, right? So Arsenal is trying to come off the back of. I don't even forget the invincible shit. I forget that shit, right? I'm talking about Henri, Bergkamp, Vieira, Pires, Overmars, Petit, Gilberto Silva, Tony Adams, even the Wintermans, the Dixons.
And this was ended.
Ashley Cole. How you can't? It can take 10 years to come up with a team as good as that. You know what I mean? Like,
it shouldn't take 5 years and 800 million, though. Like, he does.
No, exactly.
I don't think any Arsenal fan is expecting that. That's once in a lifetime. We get that. And we obviously, most fans, not myself, because as I said, I don't really rate him. But fair enough, he's got us challenging. I get that. And he does get some leeway for that. At what point do you turn from the road a loss? Because right now, he's 5 years in and he's 800 million deep. And he's won an FA Cup and got us challenging. And the challenges could be argued that the club.
We're losing G there a little bit. G, you've just gone off there. I'll let you know when you come back in, but we can't hear you at the moment. You've maybe gone out of signal or something. Henri was a good player. Understatement of the decade. Henri was
Liverpool,
player.
where you missed out by 1 point.
Oh, you're back now. You're back now, G. Sorry, we lost you for about 15 seconds there. But you were just saying, about not being able to follow that up. We lost you for a bit. I think he might be gone again. Liam Brady, sure, there must have been others. Yeah, I mean, but that Arsenal team, that I've always loved our team more than, I've never had a problem. But the one player in the Premier League that I've been most jealous that another club had, it's not even Henri, it's Bergkamp. If we could have had one player, it would have been him.
Pires, I was a massive fan of Pires when Pires came in.
Yeah.
He was so good, wasn't he, when he first came in?
That left-hand side, they had Ashley Cole at left back, Robert Pires on the left in midfield, and Henri as a centre forward pulling out to the left. They had Cole, Pires, and Henri. That was... There's probably never been a better left-hand side than that.
Yeah, and the rest of it as well to go with it. It was a lovely side,
Vieira and Bergkamp, one of the best players of all time, but he'll kick.
Yeah, I liked him as a bloke as well.
Hard as nails.
And that's why I wanted them to win in 2006, because it would have been nice for them.
It was hard as nails. That was the thing with Bergkamp. He's one of the silkiest players. Like we've all seen the goals. The guy's basically a freak. He's like a goal of the season type. But he would hit you harder than Dennis Wise or any of these guys. Like you couldn't kick him. But the question I was going to ask the negative G before you left, I didn't get a chance to ask him. I was wondering, Sterling has gone to Arsenal.
Saying not long before he came to the Premier League, there was an interview with him, and he was asked about the prospect of playing in the Premier League, and he said, "Every game is like a war." That's how he described it. He said, every game is like a war, and then he came in like an ace there.
Yeah, he was getting a lot of. I remember him getting a lot of slack at the start because they were saying he was dirty because he would kick, he'd go in hard on people, so he wasn't going to be bossed. But I was just, what do you think of, because he didn't play at all, I think yesterday or today, Sterling going to Arsenal. Raheem Sterling at Arsenal.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Jay about that, what his opinions were on that transfer. Forgot though.
Because he's come in, he's just sat there on the bench, he's not really done anything.
Makes sense for him, done it to just move on because it had come to a standstill for him. It seemed there, hadn't it? Maresca didn't want to know, so makes sense for the player to move on. But you just wonder how much bigger part he's going to play. I wish him well. He did great for us when we had him, when we got the money for him and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know it's weird. It's like a player I don't think ever quite found a home, if that's the right way of saying it. He was at Liverpool and he was too good to stay. He was always on the move. At Man City, it was a controversial transfer. He never got like
We
maybe the
couldn't
full
keep him because
appreciation.
after that season where we nearly won the league, we just couldn't keep hold of him. City with their money
No,
just steamed in, didn't they? I didn't
yeah,
begrudge
50
him the
million quid.
move, to be honest. Like, it's not like he agitated for it. They just came in and poof, snatched him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he did that bad interview with his agent. Remember that he went on with his. They don't do that anymore. That was really bad. Like out of nowhere, not on the club's channel, anything. They gave an
Yeah,
interview with some
I don't think I've got a
BBC
memory
channel.
of that. I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, 80 Ward. It was him and Raheem Sterling. They basically kind of shot all over Liverpool. I was like, okay, fuck you guys. And that was they don't do that shit anymore. That was one of the last. Like it was really weird. It's like, why is he doing an interview? It's like, okay, basically talk about how he wants to leave Liverpool. Obviously, instructed by the agent, set up by the agent. And it backfired badly in terms of you didn't need to do that. You could have gotten your move anyway, but now everybody hates you, kind of thing. He's had a really hard. I've always had a lot of time for Sterling because of the way he's targeted by the tabloids in England,
Yeah, he
basically
was
just for
proud
being
to play for the
alive.
club, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It took off really. I was going to say quickly. Yeah, it did take off really quickly for him, didn't it? Like it wasn't just
mm.
a few appearances here and there. He just came into the side and then was never out the side again until we sold him.
Yeah. I remember the first game he came on, waiting for this, hearing all about this kid. I remember watching the first game he came on as a sub, obviously not in the crowd, but on TV. I was like,
Yeah,
oh, they're bringing him on. Brendan, bring him. Like this guy was supposed to be the
yeah,
next
I
fucking.
remember it too. Like because there was a lot of fanfare. Like,
Oh yeah, it was like, oh, this guy's the best, since whatever at dribbling and doing really good shit, that flair kind of thing. He's the next wonder kid, and we've got him. It's like, okay, cool. Didn't last. He said he wanted to go win trophies. He went to win trophies. If he'd stayed, probably maybe would have won one or two. But we got a huge fee for him. He's not a pool player. He's not a
I'm
graduate of
trying to
the.
remember what did we do with the fee? Did we spend it immediately? Did we buy immediately?
We didn't go and do like a Suarez on it where we spent it on a load of, or we didn't do a Coutinho on it. We kind of just we didn't go out and whack down 30 on a replacement. We didn't do that. We didn't at all. Tom is saying Sterling would have stayed if Klopp was manager. Potentially, yeah. I think we might have had a better chance of getting, say, 2 more years out of him. But I wouldn't blame anybody from looking at Brendan Rodgers and going, "Yeah, fuck this, I'm out of here, man." City
Yeah,
want me. This guy's a clown. He is. Like Sterling did not get on with Rodgers. That's another thing about it. So, but Suarez would have left. Even then, I don't know. Even if Klopp had come in, Suarez would have gone to Barcelona.
yeah.
So we had Sturridge who couldn't stay fit. We had Suarez who was definitely going to leave.
We bought Lambert and Balotelli at the same time, did we?
Yeah, Lambert and Balotelli. Even though Brendan sat in a press conference and said, "Over my dead body will be signed Balotelli."
Markovic as well. Markovic came in that same
good old
time.
Lazar.
Yeah.
I think we got Lovren, Lallana, Klein, Lambert, all within 2 years, and then Mane. But when Brendan was gone, I think we scooped up all the Southampton so-called talent. Out of all of them, probably only Lallana a success, Lovren a little bit.
It was a disastrous attempt by Brendan to rebuild, wasn't it? After that season, what came next after that one season? Like,
how the hell do you replace Luis Suarez?
I know.
How the hell do you replace someone who just did what he did?
Yeah.
But okay, it is a very difficult question, but the answer is, and like he probably would have told you, is never Balotelli. whoever signed off on that one and made that happen needs to really hold up their end.
It wasn't just losing Sterling at the same time, like, and as far as like it was too much for them to cope with. We did look awful that next season, didn't we? Remember in Europe, like we looked dead shaky. That's one thing I was really glad Klopp cured, because I hate it, looking dodgy in Europe. It's unbecoming to a Liverpool football team to look awful in Europe. But we did under Brendan.
The Madrid debacle when he leaves Jared on the bench. I think that was the nail in the coffin. That was like, this guy just don't get it.
If I'm honest, the European record stunk, didn't it?
Oh yeah, but if you look back at it, I remember the stat that always stuck out. Before he got the Liverpool job, Brendan Rodgers had won 12 games in the top flight of England. That was it, 12. That was his entire record. 12 wins, and he got, okay, he's the future. I get it. We were trying to be, a bit like we're doing what people are doing now with the likes of Iarola and this guy at Brighton. Young coaches nobody's ever heard of, but we were kind of doing something similar with Brendan. But anybody that's read a lot of the interviews, Ian Graham, the guy that was the head of data and recruitment, a lot of that stuff, that when he came in, he's retired, not retired, but he's left Liverpool since, and he's released a book. I think it's called How to Win the Premier League, and he speaks about how Brendan was basically told that we're going to do this shit this way. It would basically be everybody looks for players, and not like you'll be given players and you have no choice, but it's going to work this way. There'll be a director of football. There'll be, and Brendan was like, "Yeah, cool, awesome, that sounds great." Liverpool job, but when he got there, he gave a press conference saying that he couldn't work under a director of football. And he rejected the whole notion of what the hierarchy was. And he said, like, Ian Graham did an interview about this about 6 months ago. He's like, everybody in the room was like, they were shocked. They were like, we told him this, it's going to work. And Brendan said, yeah, cool. Then he got there and said, no, I'm not going to work like that.
Do you know
completely crazy. He didn't want any recommendations. He didn't want any. He wanted to pick all his own players.
Yeah.
And then he was basically forced into doing this other thing. But they were like, he basically said that if Brendan had said that he was going to do that with you, he would never have been given the job. Never would have been given it. He basically did a bait and switch. He said, oh, that's cool. I'll agree to your rules. He's like, oh, I'm the manager now. I don't agree to the rules anymore. What are you going to do? Sack me? After day one, he was a dickhead.
Slightly insane is signing as manager from Swansea after only being in the job a short time. But that's where we were at the time, wasn't it? That's where we were at the time as a club.
He'd had one good season with Swansea. He'd been at Watford. He'd been at Reading, where he'd done okay. And he'd been the youth coach at Chelsea. And that was it. That's where we ended up. But hey, look, to be honest, he nearly won us a league title. He nearly did. But we all knew it was built on sand. We all knew it was built on players who, even if we did win a league, were going to leave rather than stay. It was never going to be, oh, this is the legacy in it. This is going to happen every year. It was, even if we had won Suarez would leave. It just would have probably gotten us an extra 10 million. Pretty much. But yeah. We should probably wrap up this show. We are still live. We can't really knock. I don't know if 12 man is in the background, but I think we've everyone's pretty much shipped out. We're going 3 hours now.
Okay.
I don't want to just, because we can't turn off the show unless there's anything else you want to do.
Just to emphasise that we're top of the league, playing an opponent we don't like playing, and we didn't play well, and we won. and we're top of the league. Our 2 direct rivals, lost. But the only
we can
block,
keep talking because I'm not just going to stop it. We have to keep going until he presses the thing where it ends. I'm trying to find. So
loss on the landscape is Ibu, isn't it? The Ibu injury.
Yeah.
And what it's going to be, like the length of time that we're going to be, because it looks like he will. I can't see him playing against Leverkusen, can you?
No, it's one of those really annoying ones. It's like, oh, he just slipped over. There's nothing wrong with him. And you're like, oh, no, it was actually much more than that. And next thing you know, next thing you know, he's out for fucking 2 months with a dislocated fucking elbow or something.
Just as his fitness was going great, and even Virgil were getting down to it of playing loads of games, repeatedly over and over. This goes and happens, like, because
it's the slings and arrows. I didn't even mean that in terms of pun, but it is the slings and arrows. You gotta take him. We got Joe. I thought that was really good. That just shows that we're not just relying on a Kwanzaa. There's actually this guy here.
I'm hoping whatever it is no more than a matter of weeks rather than months. Like, I don't want to wait months, and then they could cope with, like, if they said 3 or 4 weeks, something like that. You know what I mean? I could cope with that, but any longer, mate, I'll be gutted.
Yeah, get him to the international break and get him back after that. At worst.
Oh yeah, because we've only got, is it just 2 more games now, and then it's the international break?
Yeah, I think so.
Just Leverkusen and then Villa, is it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Good. So it's only 2 games, isn't it? Like, if he can get himself sorted, like Jordan, that gives us an extra 2 weeks anyway. Like, we're not playing, don't it?
Lee is saying, here's a serious question. Are we able to recall loan players like Stefan and Doak? I think if you... I think you can do it in the window in January, but there'll be a financial penalty built into that. But you could also do it in an extreme circumstance if the player wasn't been sort of treated or used correct. But you couldn't just say do it tomorrow and call them back. You could recall, because they'll have paid a loan fee, so you could recall them in January and sort of put that, but it would cost you money. You would have to either pay back some of the fee or a compensation thing, especially if you've agreed a deal and a loan fee and all that. Yeah, you can't just kind of go, oh, we need him back, so send him back, because
I think the full season will more than likely be the best thing for Bajcetic, won't it, to play a full season. I'm eagerly awaiting his return, to be honest, like, say, next summer after a full season away playing for Linders. I'm eagerly awaiting his return then, and hope that he gets over the fitness issues that he had before he left. Because I thought he just oozed class at certain times.
Yeah, from what very classy. That's the word for him. The word for him is classy, without a doubt. Great, but it's one of the worst timed injuries in a while. That
player in there, isn't there? Like, it's a really good player.
He'd be, if he hadn't got that injury, he would have played, say, 20 games last year, right, across different competitions, yada yada. And this season, he'd be in our squad. The only reason he isn't in our squad, unless I'm completely wrong, and Slot's like, no, I don't rate that guy. Okay, cool, whatever. But it's because he didn't play a minute of football for basically 12 months. I definitely feel he would have been in our team, and you would have, like we're talking about, I'm talking about understudy for Gravenberch.
Yeah,
like that'd be what because even when we played him, remember we played one game, Trent was out, and we started by Sedic, and he played the inverted right back role that Trent played. And he looked really good at it. He is. He's pure class on the ball, but yeah, a year away, come back injury free and go again. But
I mean,
a horrible time to get a big one.
Might need to be called in January if we get a load of injuries. You just don't know. But I'm assuming that the full season would probably be like, what's desired by Slot or whatever. He must be well aware of it, mustn't he? He must have had a good look at what he did when he did come in and see there's a good player there. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we can end the stream now, man, if you want to knock it off. We've been going a while.
Some fucking dude our size, white guy with a fucking beard. It's like, yeah, cool, really narrows it down with a production band. It could be fucking you, it could be.
Okay. Nonate's back. I don't.
Yeah,
what's going on? I just roll with it. I'll just roll with it. I don't know what's happening. Everyone's in and out.
Yeah. So that's again, man. I don't know what's going on this weekend on it. My reception is just acting like a ghost, really. But yeah, so that's because 12 usually controls the buttons, as you know, bro. But yeah, get myself back in there.
Yeah. So where were we? What were we talking about? If we're still gonna go, we're gonna go.
Basheta.
What were we
about Basheta?
Yeah,
coming back after the season alone, hopefully over his fitness issues at that point. And,
yeah, but he's boring. Okay, but I said this is boring, right? Okay, so who do we want in January? Who do we want in January? Come on, people. Come on.
Oh.
We've got 100 million quid to spend, right? And John Henry is feeling lucky. He's had a couple of champagnes. Linda's giving him the glad eye. She's like, go on, John, have a good, go on. Live a little, John, live a little. So we decide, John says, you know what, in January, look, I'll sanction a big one. So who
did Hincapie leave Leverkusen, or is he still there?
No.
Hincapie?
Still there.
That's your guy, is it? Okay.
Yeah, still there. Still
he's
there.
He's one I like anyway. I think he'd be a good signing for us. Midfield, though, a midfield signing. And a forward as well. I didn't think we needed any forwards at the beginning of the season, but now
it's come on, it's
and Chiesa not looking likely to be fit that often. With them two out,
it's happy days. You can buy anything. Come on, who are you going for?
Oh, okay. Let me think. Forwards. Got to be value for money, or something that's likely instead of something unlikely.
Yeah, obviously not like an Mbappe or Lamar.
Do you think Kvaratskhelia would work?
No, that'd be a good sign.
That's a great one. That's a very good example of the genre. Yeah, very good example of the genre. Yeah.
Him and Hincapie together as a double signing would bolster us.
That very much is the assignment. Rodrigo, another one that's not beyond the realms of possibility.
No, not for me.
But it's a doable transfer. It's a doable transfer.
It's a doable, yeah.
That's give me one. Kirkez movie night.
Yeah, I like Kirkez. Yeah, I like Kirkez.
Yeah, no, movie night isn't a name I've seen in chat before, so welcome to the chat, Tom. Give me Born to Kirkez left back. Zubamendi and Bastoni. Yeah, Bastoni definitely.
Mario, the force centre. Snatch Mario, the force centre. Get him in the door.
Oh yeah, Mario, I like him. Yeah,
him and Hincapie are two options at centre half, I think, and we could afford them because we've got the money.
Yeah, if I was going big, if I could do it, Michael Corleone will change name. Okay, Michael. I still say Isaac and Lautaro. I want to go for one of them.
Yeah, I like Isaac.
Yeah. Either one, if we can get rid of the Nunes, then yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean,
it'd be the end of Nunes, I think, if we bought Isaac.
Yeah. We appreciate it, but best elsewhere.
Yeah, the real men are here now. The real men are here.
Exactly, yeah. we're here to do, back to backs.
Yeah.
I take Isak all day long, man. Isak and Lautaro, you could have in the same team, man. You could have Isak just drifting off the left. We don't need it with Cody, but those two boys don't have to be either or, you know? Can you imagine a front line like that? That's like 40 goals. I mean, that shit don't work, man. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a not Zubimendi type.
All right, someone's saying that. That's okay.
No, let's bring back Grava, or not Grava, idiot. Bring back Basic as the understudy for Gravenberch next season. Grava steps up. We bring in an Arda Güler as a long-term Salah replacement, and a Lautaro or an Isak up front.
Yep.
You know, and then you're going to have money to get a left back here and a centre half there. You sell one or two. It's not.
Well, the one thing we know is we do have money from the sales in the summer. Even Dom's fell on clause.
Oh, we've already had money.
Didn't it? Dom's fell on clause for Bournemouth. Bumped it up a bit. So, yeah.
No, we spent nothing this summer, basically. We spent a 40 million quid. We got more money coming in this year from all these competitions. We're going to get more TV. So by the time we get to next summer, hopefully that's the plan. That might be a little bit of the plan. That will be very Michael Edwardsy to go, do you know what? We're going to have to make some big adjustments next summer. So let's just hold tight, bank this money, so then 2025 summer, we can go out there and we will probably need to replace a Virgil and a Salah, or at least one of them, and make other adjustments. So let's get to that summer and have basically 200 million in the bank, or 220.
I feel with a couple
and
of
then we can go
signings
big.
in January, we can have a real go at the league. I think without them, we'll fall
If it's there, Lee, hopefully if it is there, no, I'd agree with that. If they see,
because injuries will bite at some point, and we won't have enough.
If they see an opportunity, I agree with that.
Guys,
if they see an opportunity,
I'm sorry, but it's
right, Lee.
You out, man. You out?
This season.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was just saying we're just gonna come off the group. Okay, but I'll just be in the January. I'll still be listening, boys. All right.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna text Tuck and say he can wrap this up.
Yeah, sure. All right, man.
Man.
If
you're listening, man, I can't find my phone, man.
Elliot's got to come back into the squad any soon.
Call it at 3:30. Oh, there it is. There's my phone. Hang on. Yeah, go ahead, Brian. I think that's Brian, I think that's it. May not have wanted to spend. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense if you're thinking you may have a Trent, Salah, and a Virgil, right, out of contract in 2025. Let's just hold tight a little bit, ball up a load of money, because we're not going to be getting any transfer fees in for them if all were to leave, which I don't
want to be childish about it, but I do want to unwrap a new present, like in the squad.
Yeah,
hopefully
we all want them. Yeah,
for Loftus Cement's good start, he needs a couple of additions to welcome out. I mean, why not spend it now, and try and win the league doing so? You know what I mean?
Yeah, if we're top of the league, hopefully they'll look at the opportunity and there's the right player there. Go, okay, we get.
Just say we found a good forward who worked straight away, like he was scoring goals, and we picked him up for, I don't know, 40, 50 million or something. Someone who we're probably not even thinking about, you know what I mean? That could help us win the league. Remember when we bought Ronnie Rosenthal? He helped us win our last league in 1990. His signing and his goals won us the league. And we got him.
Yeah, and what happens? He gets remembered for hitting the bar with an open goal.
Yeah. I remember him for very much helping us to win the league in 1990 with his goals, especially late in the season. So, a new forward. Bring a new forward in. See if he can fire us to the league.
What's movie night saying? Thoughts on Darwin at the... No, right, at the... What, the number 9? I don't. Thoughts on Darwin at the number? The number. I'm assuming at the number 9. Today, like we were saying, like it looked like he had that brilliant chance at the start. He flicked it over the guy in midfield, runs in. You know, okay, fair enough. He doesn't score it, but I think this is Darwin could be on one today, but pretty much sort of just faded away after that. I don't know. I don't think he's a slot ideal number 9 guy. I think we can tell that from the fact that Jota played more. So I think he's a little bit lost in the system, but I don't know enough to say that for a fact that he can't play in a slot system. But he does seem to, I don't know, he seems to be on the periphery of games a lot.
And it's hard to find flattering words about his performance today. It was just
isn't it? Yeah, I mean, even like I said, he works really hard, but he might be like, but yeah, like the pass before the pass or something. You know, sometimes you just want him to be on the end of the plank, be the guy. Just like, do you remember that one when Virgil went in off a corner? I thought for a minute it was Darwin.
Oh yeah.
You know, it was like if Darwin's on that, he just gets one, he sticks it in. But for some reason, he's behind Virgil. He seems maybe a little bit meek. Would that be the right word? He hasn't really forced himself into like, I'm the main guy here. Give me the fucking ball. I'm gonna score goals. I'm gonna run this guy. Maybe trying too hard to impress by working too hard.
At this point in the season, it's not looking likely that he's gonna just like ignite and start blazing like goals and everywhere, is it?
No, but what do you think of the argument? And anybody in the chat thinks, what do you think of the argument that it's like, oh well, we don't create enough for him? Like, should that be it? Should be a team that just creates for Darwin, or should we be a team that plays in a system that creates multiple chances for multiple players? You know, so it's not. It's always, oh well, it's not Darwin's fault. We don't create enough chances for him. But should he not be able to fit into a system where everybody's involved all the time? It's not built around just, oh, get it to Darwin, get him chances.
He might turn to Cody, mightn't he? Like soon, Cody with Diaz and Salah either side of him.
Yeah, I think even he mentioned in a press conference one which meant maybe under mentioned, but a guy was asking him. He said, "Oh, you got all these boys out. He could play, or this guy's out. This guy can play 9. This guy can play 9." And Slot just kind of put in, say, "Oh, but you also did." Messi said, "If I was going to play a 9," he said Chiesa. So he kind of mentioned that he would look at Chiesa and Jota as number 9s. So you could even see a Chiesa playing in that kind of, totally a Jota role. I mean, Chiesa and Jota look very similar players to me. You could see a Chiesa maybe he isn't just there to be wide. He's thinking that's a guy that can play in the middle. You know, Chiesa is basically a winger. You know, Nunes is an out-and-out number 9.
Is Jota scheduled to be fit for after the international break, or is that too soon? The immediate return from the international break, will he be longer than that? You know,
I'm not sure with Jota. I think he's, it could be. It might be that, but I'm not sure. It's definitely that with Ali. I think it is that with Jota. I'm not sure. Yeah, someone in the chat will tell us.
Yeah, but because that was working for Slot, wasn't it? Slot like that.
Well, yeah, and now you've got like Lee saying Slot was very cagey about Jota. It's like it's no slight on either of them. It's just like, you know, they're two complete, like, as different you can find playing in the same role is Darwin and Jota. So if he likes a Jota type, it's not that he doesn't like Darwin. It's just he likes the Jota type.
Yeah.
And Darwin is not a Jota type. So he's having to fit in a lot. I'm not sure, man. Darwin is going to have to play these games because
Remember him playing on the left a few times last season on the left wing.
I never liked that. I never liked it at all.
Doesn't he play there for Uruguay? Or he did. He did play there for Uruguay, didn't he? Until recently, he might still do. As far as I know, that was his position, like coming in off the left.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a I think he might play a more Gakpo-y type role for them. Yeah, definitely.
That was a while ago, like that was ages ago, really. When I seen that like he was Suarez was still playing, like that's when I seen that Suarez was in the middle and he was on the.
Yeah, that would be the thing as far as to be true. Yeah, so I'm not sure.
No, I'm not struck on him as playing on the left either. Like you either have him up front or you don't.
Yeah, he's a 9. That's what you should just play him through the middle and not trying to fit Darwin. Like, yeah, just sell him. You know, if you can't fit him into your team.
He might start playing Gakpo in the in coming games. Like he might turn to that. Like he doesn't think he's getting enough out of Darwin.
Yeah.
It's the only option we've got, really, isn't it? Like,
well, he did that thing today where he brings on Diaz and plays him. Seemed to be in the middle at one point. Then he was on the left. Then he was on the right. So, I think we might see a bit more. Like it'd be brilliant to see a Chiesa being fit because you can see that will be someone being used in those.
We need a bit of flexibility, don't we? Like, we need a bit more flexibility, so we need players return. And Elliott offers something in an attacking sense, like, as a substitute. He made a difference in a couple of games from the bench last season, Harvey Elliott.
Yeah, I think Slot likes him. I think he definitely likes him. I think he would have got a lot more minutes had he not been injured. I think Dom would have had a bit of time on the bench. Not like getting dropped or anything, but Elliot would have been getting half an hour here.
I could imagine you'd be a player that Slot likes, Elliot.
He's not but that's the kind of guy I think missed out a little bit. He'll be itching to get back. Because you look at the bench, like we're saying today, there's just one attacking change. Like I don't even consider Curtis Jones an attacking change. He's just a centre mid. The only thing we had to do was Diaz. Even Elliott, he's not a goal scorer. So to even have one guy like that where you can say, okay, I can rest this guy, I can bring this lad in. So even just the simple return of an Elliott and a Chiesa, that just gives you almost like 4 different options in one go then.
We just about had enough today with Diaz and Jones to turn the game in our favour, but
he had nothing else to do, did he? He had no other card to play, really, other than that.
But we did. We got in front, and then he used the other stuff to hang on to it. Like. So it was very pleasing, that aspect. I was made up that Endo immediately come on when we want to go up. A very crude move.
Very Slot. Very, very Slot. That's the way he likes to do things. But I suppose we can have a look at today's other games. So Bournemouth beat City. Semenyo and Evan Nielsen.
Is that who it was? Yes.
Gvardiol scores in the 82nd minute. They were already 2-0 up. And Gvardiol gets basically a consolation goal.
I can't wait to see it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Just for the joy of seeing the faces on the City players.
Yeah, just to quote Guardiola, we knew we couldn't match the intensity. You knew you couldn't? Okay. They are so aggressive.
You don't lose often. They just don't lose that many games. So
they scored early, and they could have scored earlier. Yeah, it's strange. That's a strange comment. We knew we couldn't match the intensity.
So, what with the squad that size, you couldn't match their intensity. A bomb with a squad your size.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying here. What's he talking about there? I think this is. Yeah, I don't want to. overshoot it, but this to me looks like a team that's in the end phase.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Guardiola, De Bruyne. You know, it seems to me like this is probably the last gasp of them. He's trying to do some things, but he's not going to be here in 2 years' time. No chance he's going to be here in 2 years' time. At most, he does the rest of this season. That's it.
Sounds good to me.
But would you be offended if Alonso took the Man City job?
Oh, would yeah, that would hurt. That would hurt if he went there. Yeah, I wouldn't like it.
Because I think they're trying to float that one as a bit of it. But yeah, who knows? Because they were all saying it was going to be Amorim because City have hired this guy Hugo Viana. He used to play for Newcastle to take over from Chiqui Begiristain when he leaves, and he's best friends with Amorim. So they were all saying, "Oh, well, that's obviously what they're going to do." Next thing you know, Ten Hag gets the boot. Man United take Amorim. So maybe he was their long-term appointment, but hey, who knows?
To me, I think Man City would go for Alonso and quite possibly will. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they do go for Alonso.
Oh, definitely will, yeah. Definitely. No doubt.
As much as it would be to my distaste, I would not be surprised in the least if that happened.
Yeah, and I'm starting to wonder, like in this day and age, you say, "Oh, he'd never do this."
People talking about Ancelotti at Madrid, aren't they? Saying Xavi might be called to Madrid because Ancelotti's like lost a couple of games, but I don't think that's going to happen right now, is it? Like,
well, I'd rather him go there, which I think he will eventually, either way. But I'd rather he, you know, they go to. I just don't see how he goes to City. That's, you know.
I don't think he'd do it. Xavi. I think he'd probably think about it and go, no, not City. Because he'll know what's going on there and everything, all the distasteful stuff. I don't think he'd go there, but I think he would definitely try and sign him up as Pep's replacement. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but we won't even know where these guys are. It's
Hey, they might go for Arteta. They might get Arteta there. Get him back there. Yeah.
I don't get in touch with 12 man there. Let's see what else is going on. Well, Isaac thinks Arsenal, right? Arsenal 1-0 down.
It was Isaac, was it? Excellent.
Yeah, someone.
Who played centre back with Gabriel?
Oh, Saliba's back. It was only one game.
One game? Was it only one game?
Yeah, but okay, so right foot. Yeah, it was a non-violent red.
I thought it was 3.
No, it has to be violent conduct for it to be 3. So you can get like a red for being last man, you know, and tugging somebody, you know. But yeah, that's a straight red, but it's not a 3-game ban. But what do you think about fucking Chris Wood?
Yeah, he's having a great season and he's on fire.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
I'm just trying to check here what he's on.
He's been sensational so far, hasn't he, Chris Wood? Rolling back the years, like, isn't he? Because he's getting on now and he's still a real threat.
He's at least 32. He had at least 32 on this guy. And he's putting up, like career-defining numbers.
Yeah. Rolling back the years. he is. He's a threat, like, isn't he? He's good at what he does. He can score goals. He does.
Yeah, just, you know, don't want to be antagonizing anybody, but
Burnley.
Kind of the point of being a striker.
Burnley, his first Premier League team, was it?
I don't know if they're the first, but he was at Burnley. Yeah, but I think he was at. He went to Burnley.
Yeah,
I don't know who he joined Burnley from. Then he
think
went
it
to
might have been
Newcastle.
Burnley who brought him into the Premier League. You know, I fancy that was his first Premier League club, Burnley. I could be wrong.
Could easily have been. New Zealand guy. I only remember. Yeah, he was probably about 28. We'll fucking find out here. Anyway.
The other New Zealand players, there was a centre half for West Ham. What was his name? New Zealand centre half.
I knew there was a West Brom in there somewhere. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Oh jeez. No. We'll fucking hell. Lee. No, Lee, man, you were way off. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
You were. Yeah, you were way off. Right. How far? Right. He starts at Cambridge. Maybe that's New Zealand, Cambridge.
Yeah.
Hamilton. Yeah. And then Waikato. Okay. In 2009, he goes to West Bromwich Albion. Then he goes to Barnsley on loan. Then he goes to Brighton on loan. Then he goes to Birmingham on loan. Bristol on loan. Millwall on loan. Leicester on loan. Then he joins Leicester City. Then he goes to Ipswich on loan. Then he goes to Leeds United for 2 years. Scores 41 goals in 83 games, by the way, at Leeds in 2 years.
Yeah.
Then gets a move to Burnley. 49 and 144. Then goes to Newcastle. And then goes to Forest. Yeah, so he's pretty much played for every club in England.
Burnley.
Yeah, he's pretty much played for every fucking club in England. Yeah, pretty much all of them.
Yeah, there weren't many you missed out there.
No, man. That's typical,
crazy,
like old school number 9. West Brom, Barnsley, Birmingham, Millwall, Leicester, Ipswich, Leeds. That's pure old school number 9 clubs.
When they call players journeyman, it really fits with him, doesn't it? Like a journeyman of a striker.
36 goals in 78 for New Zealand. Like, he's no joke, this guy. Like, he's had barren spells, yeah, but 22 goals in 41 for Forest.
Reid, it was West Ham's New Zealand centre half. Remember him, Reid?
Yeah, Winston Reid.
Winston Reid, yeah.
Didn't like him at all. Never liked Winston Reid. There's the other guy that I didn't like either. The other guy, fucking, what's his name? Oh, he played for fucking Blackburn as well. What the fuck is his name? Lucas.
Oh, Lucas Neal.
Lucas Neal. Never liked him either, man. Never liked Lucas Neal.
I don't blame you. I don't think anyone did. I don't think Lucas Neal.
He was one of those dickhead type players.
Didn't he have a set to with Carragher, from what I remember, Lucas Neal?
Yeah, he's one of those guys. Really real argumentative guy. Was always getting in fights with people.
Yeah.
So probably,
Wood is doing really good. Like, what he said originally, like, about how do we think he's doing, really. I mean, look where they are on the table. A lot of that's down to him, isn't it?
Yeah, 32. You know?
Yeah.
30. Sorry, yeah. Lucas Neal was Aussie. Yeah, he was Aussie. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Was he?
Lucas Neal was an Aussie, yeah.
That's right.
But very stereotypically Aussie sportsman type guy. Like, aggressive. You know, like Harry Kewell was like the opposite of what you think of. Lucas Neal, yeah, that's what I think of. Like, he's that close to playing fucking Aussie rules. So it's quite the tour he did. Quite the tour. But he scored 41 goals in 83 games for Leeds. That's pretty fucking good shit, man.
Yeah, that's really good. That's in the championship, like, and then he comes
probably 2015 to 17, yeah. That's, I suppose, no surprise, but yeah, he only scored 4 in the 35. He went to Newcastle for 22 goals in 41 games for Forest. Now, he's got to be up there. Bad loser and bad winner, Lucas Neal. Yeah, exactly. One of those. He's a bad winner. Those are just the worst. I can handle the bad loser because you can laugh at them, but the bad winner types, yeah, they're the worst. I'm not
That's
really.
haircut as well, from what I remember, like spiked up with gel.
Yeah. That big fat head on him, big fat body, big square kind of fat head on him. Back when Blackburn had a lot of those kind of, they kind of had like decent team after like the good team they had, where they'd people like that and they'd finish like 10th or 8th or something. But they're all like, people like Stephen Reed.
Two Guy was a player that I loved when they had Two Guy. He was brilliant, funny.
Yeah, you could not love him again. Yeah, they don't make him like him anymore.
Remember when David Bentley had his moment in the sun when he suddenly come to prominence, like, and it was like David Bentley, and then it just went quiet.
Yeah, David Bentley was retired when he was 29. It all went to shit with him. He went to Tottenham and basically he kind of fell out of love with the game, kind of thing.
I think he was profiled as the new Beckham and some.
David Bentley, Beckham, DB. He was a good-looking lad. His whole thing was he was really old school. He was like fucking the guy from Gavin and Stacey or something. He was just all about the crack and the dressing room and all that. He got a big move to Tottenham, and it all became like a job and serious shit. And he said he never really he gave it up. He started opening up nightclubs and La Scala is his thing. But I don't know. We can't keep talking shite all night. We're gonna get 12 man to fucking.
That was funny though. It was in a good cause. It was in a good cause. If we tear it to the top of the table, gave it a bit of license, didn't it, to go on a bit like a triumphant return to the table. It was annoying when we dropped off the top because of that bloody header, the header from Stones. That was a load of garbage. Should never have been given. We should be 4 points clear, mate. 4. But this will do.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to ring 12 man. So because we can't we can't leave like we said last night. We can just leave, but the stream will still be up live. So, have you seen any good movies? Like, because you were watching I was watching the same thing, the Bela Lugosi live stream thing. I saw that. The 10 things. Or the live stream all day. I don't know how many movies they played. But
10 in a row. 10 in a row, like for Halloween. 10 movies in a row.
That reminded me.
I caught onto it just before this was due to do this podcast, so I only seen a bit of it, like seen about half an hour or so, like. But yeah, I do like the old horrors. They're a good laugh, aren't they?
Yeah, that reminded me of when I was around maybe 11 or something, maybe 10 or 11, and Channel 4 did that, something very similar, and nobody ever did nobody went all night, and Channel 4 had announced that they were going to do an all night. It was all classic, like black and white Frankenstein and Dracula movies, but it was going to start at like midnight or something, or 10 o'clock, and it was just going to go all night. So, and I was here in the house, and like I was being told like you can't stay up and watch. I was like, I want to do it, but anyway, I had to go to bed because I was only 9 or 10 or something. And then I remember, like, I waited and I got back up again and snuck downstairs and watched it. Turned it back on again to, like, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And that just totally reminded me, like, that they did that on TV. They did a Halloween. And it was just like, oh, no, do you know what it was, actually? Yeah. It was an all night of Invisible Man movies. That's what it was. Yeah, it was an all-nighter of black and white Invisible Man movies. They were all Invisible Man movies, yeah. And I watched like the first 2 or something. And I was like, oh, you can't stay up. It's on all night. I was like, okay, cool. I go to bed.
Pleasures is creature features, like Godzilla
Godzilla's and shit. Yeah.
Stuff like that. Oh, mate, I could sit there for hours watching stuff like that. I love it. Creature features, yeah. Some of the creatures are hilarious, aren't they?
Oh, the older ones, yeah. You gotta just go with it, don't you? You just gotta go with like the new shit. It's all CGI. I don't fucking care. You just made it up on a computer. Don't give a shit. You know.
Yeah.
But all the older ones, especially like I don't know, yeah, some of the Japanese shit, like you said, it's literally like you can see some guy moving it. It's like, well, who cares?
Yeah, the Japanese, aren't they? Their films are crazy. Some of them.
Yeah, I don't know where they invent. Yeah, look, these kind of monsters, because they have like all those monsters that come out of the sea and all that shit. It's just like we only know about Godzilla or something. They say,
Yeah,
yeah,
I like
it's in,
serious Japanese films as well, like proper ones. Like yeah, a lot of good films out of Japan. Like
I watched one about 25 years ago when like everyone's like Tarantino was cool and all this shit, right? And there was a Japanese movie like that came out, and it was called Tetsuo, I think it was called.
Okay.
And it was like, oh, like the new wave of like gritty Japanese shit. And I've never watched a Japanese movie since, because this movie Tetsuo was so fucked up. It was just like real extreme horrible, like, oh, this guy, like, I just remember the scene, like in like the first 10 minutes, there was this guy and his face was being eaten by maggots and shit like that. I was just like, no, man, this is not for me. It was like, oh, this is the new cool like Japanese cinema style. It's like, no, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, and that evolved into The Ring and all this kind of shit. Like, I don't mind some of it, manga shit, but I find it hard to relate, you know.
I just like the straight up cop dramas from Japan and South Korea.
Oh, yeah, that kind of shit is cool. Yeah, realistic shit. Yeah, realistic shit is cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, the manga shit and all that, like, it looks amazing. Like, I used to love Speed Racer when I was a kid. That was really good.
I like some anime. I've watched some anime. That's Studio Ghibli. Graveyard of the Fireflies was the best one I've seen. It was after like the nuclear bomb went off and that. This brother and sister like living in a garden, like trying to survive and that. It was dead tender and like yeah, it was a really nice thing. Like, and I've never really got into anime though, but that would like, that sort of could stir me heart a little bit, like into investigating it more. It was very nice.
Like, you got that one. Was it? It's Infernal Affairs. Excuse me, it's Infernal Affairs, isn't it?
He turned into Departed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Graveyard of the Fireflies was very melancholy. I like a bit of that sometimes. Like, it was a very melancholy anime. Yeah, Infernal Affairs, yeah, I've seen that. Years after the scene of Departed, it's the same story, except the Matt Damon character has to live with the shame rather than getting out.
Sorry, yeah, the Yakuza shit. There's that. What's that Michael Douglas movie? What the fuck? Hard Rain.
Yeah,
Hard Rain. Do you remember Hard Rain?
Yeah.
That was a cool looking movie. Like that whole like Tokyo shit is really cool looking. They didn't do a lot. It's probably expensive to do it, like, film there and shit. But I don't know if that movie was actually that good, but it was really cool at the time.
Yeah. I think it's good. I'm a fan. I like it, Hard Rain.
I haven't seen it in a long fucking time, man. It's probably the last time I saw it was probably about 5 years old. Maybe. No, I mean the film was about 5 years old, not me, obviously. But that's not one of those ones you show on TV. They never show. There must be some racist shit in it because they never show it on TV.
I seen it about 2 years ago. Last time I seen it about 2 years ago. Hard Rain. But it is a good film, a good action film anyway.
Yeah, my favorite like Japanese from like that 80s is like Big Trouble in Little China. Well, not Japanese, back in movie but that's more like fantasy crazy shit. But like Yakuza movies are cool. Like there's that movie just called Yakuza as well, right? that's another 80s or 90s movie. It's just called Yakuza. Basically, Hard Rain. Probably Steven Seagal shit or something.
I've seen a few of his films recently.
I think Under Siege is good.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. Yeah,
Under Siege is. Yeah, Under Siege is genuine. It is a good action movie. It just, some people say On Deadly Ground. I know for me the rest was just trash, but good trash. But they do get progressively worse. On Deadly Ground was like,
Michael Caine.
Yeah, he did that off the back of Under Siege, I think, and he did a couple of his Alaska trilogy where he's helping Native American people.
Yeah.
But Under Siege 2 is actually not that bad at all either. Because you got Tommy Lee Jones in Under Siege 2.
Yeah, he's funny.
They're trying to capitalize off the first one because the first one was probably pretty cheaply made, But they got Erica Leniak in the first one popping out of the cake, the girl that was in Baywatch.
Yeah.
That was one of the big selling points of that movie. Obviously pre-internet,
Tommy Lee Jones ended up with his own knife stuck right in the top of his head, didn't he? It was pretty graphic, that bit. Stuck it right on the top of his head and it stuck right into the handle, it looked like.
Yeah, Tommy, he'd do anything. Yeah, he's taking that paycheck. He don't care what it looks like.
Yeah.
Definitely, that was...
I did like the reveal when he said, "I know you." So they had their paths had crossed before, Tommy Lee and Steven Seagal.
Because it goes back to the other thing. Yeah, because I think he was in the previous one, in another guise or something, right?
Yeah.
Or it's a whatever callback to something like that. But I don't know where this guy is because I'm trying to call him to tell him he needs to turn his fucking internet show off.
See the comment from Red Arches about Abominable Snowman. Been listening to that song recently, Abominable Snowman in the Market, Jonathan Richman. Do you know that one?
Yeah, well, I don't know that song. I know the Modern Lovers.
Yeah. It's funny, that song.
Roadrunner that's the music. I think Roadrunner is.
Ice Cream Man, I've been listening to that as well. Ice Cream Man.
What's that like? What kind of site is it? Like that kind of, or New York kind of punky guitar style kind of thing, or weird psychedelic shit? Or
it's weird. It's odd, Ice Cream Man. It's just literally about the ice cream man and how groovy his presence on Jonathan Richman's street is. But it's pleasant listening. I think it's fun. I'm not really into it. I'm not I don't listen to his albums and that. I just pick out a few songs that I like. I've never been into him. Not that I've gone.
Someone I missed him. He passed me. I totally missed him until probably around 2002 when I heard Roadrunner on a compilation. I was like, "Who's this guy?" But I wouldn't have heard any of his albums. No, I just know that one song, pretty much.
He was very popular in Britain. Jonathan Richman and Modern Lovers was very popular in Britain.
Totally passed me by. What we could do is, if you want to drop it, I'm kind of ready to go. Definitely.
Okay.
I can't. But the stream is still going to be live. I'll try to ring him once more so we don't just
It'll be all right, won't it? It'll just be that thing in the corner.
It'll just be up. It'll just be live.
See the league table and the channel avatar, and that's it. And that's the important thing, the league table.
Yeah.
So any City fans who might happen upon it, see it.
Yeah, just leave it up on a 24-hour thing.
Might actually be some comments underneath below there in the comment section from City fans.
Yeah, he's not answering the phone. I'm just going to text him and say, me and Lee are going to draw. Yeah, I gotta eat. Oh, I think he's just come online now. I'll give him a minute. Stream is basically done anyway. Yeah, but he knows they're gonna go.